said I'm getting it right. Been up them days and I've been up the nights. I got the plan and I didn't look twice. All for the simplest lies.
The little thing matter, they saw what she needed. If you could provide them, then she won't be leaving. The man in my family can't be no teachers. You learn what you see and no read it. Money can't be the security for, but it's important even if you're poor. Why picket fence and a reef on the door? We from the basement, concrete's on the floor.
Concrete on the deck with a rim, I'm calling check. In a simple autumn weather, get my daughter all that's left when her father laid to rest. The money never made me, I'm more than I invest. In the morning I'm a mess, but waking up next to makes it worth it. Said I put in more effort. Said I can't be perfect, but
Woke up the day, said I'm getting it right. Been up them days and I've been up the nights. I got the plan and I didn't look twice. All for the simplest lies. I put the pain in the shit that I write. Take it for straight, gotta give it some time. Hop off the train at the end of the line. That was a simpler time.
Thank the sky for slowing time, shit got too complicated, yeah. Pace myself, the paper swells, I'm patient, not complacent, yeah. Calm like the sea when it meets the horizon now, yeah. No one can shake me, not even Poseidon now. Live long and sing my song, so black and free. That's all I really want this life to be. Green trees, blossom round my seas with green stash, with the lock and key. Wouldn't that be perfect if the world ran out?
Get ready with me to walk into jobs and demand to be hired. No, because I'm actually so fed up with this job market. Why is the job market so bad right now? Can somebody actually educate me on this? Because like I've been applying to like jobs for a minute now. Mind y'all, I do have a bachelor's degree, so don't try me. And for some reason, like people still won't hire me. So I've applied to like over 100 jobs and I started calling places the other day just to like, you know, check up on my application because that's what you're supposed to do. So I called them and I'm like, hi, my name is Jamal. I'm just checking in up on my application, just checking to see if you guys got it, you know, sounding enthusiastic, you know, really giving it to them. And can y'all tell me why the manager didn't even ask for my name? They were just like, well, we're just gonna look at your resume and if your resume meets our standards, then we're just gonna give you a call. Mind you, after they hung up, I was like, y'all didn't get my name, my number, so y'all don't even know who's calling. But unfortunately for them, I'm not taking no for an answer. So my plan is just to pull up and serve them this mean face card and show them this mug and they gonna have to hire me. Because I don't know, y'all, like I just need more money. Like I'm so sorry, like I am just meant to live a rich life. Like I didn't ask to be so bougie and so high maintenance, but I just want a lot of stuff and like I need money. Otherwise I'm gonna have to ask your daddy. Like y'all, I'm really not trying to do OnlyFans. And I'm all done. We're going super light on the glam today. Okay, y'all, this is the final look. Whoo, child, y'all wish me luck.
There's no reason why unhealthy food is cheap and Whole Foods is expensive as fuck. When you come out of here and feel like you're paying your mortgage. Hey lady, go do something for the homeless outside instead of looking cute all day. Y'all, this is our world. All the abundance in this world is ours. Food, we shouldn't be paying for that shit. To be healthy, we shouldn't be paying for that. You understand me? I don't know why y'all wasting y'all hard-earned money on these people. But I'm saying though, it's a message. Niggas is dying every day. People in Palestine or whatever, Israel, I don't know what's going on. But y'all niggas need to stand up for what's right. There's people starving on the streets. When you walk outside, you walk over on top of them. Y'all walk over them like they a prop. Y'all niggas don't got no heart. Y'all stand up for what y'all believe in instead of kissing ass to the motherfucking world, nigga. Nigga, I know you tired of working this job. Fuck this world, nigga. We independent, we bosses, we not goofies. I hope y'all not goofies. Do something nice with somebody today. Go outside on Skid Row and help somebody, because that could be you. Stop acting like y'all special. I stand up for something correct.
And let's cut all the bullshit. The problem is, why are black people handled different from other people?
That's right.
We can't do anything. Everything leads to murder. Everything. You can't walk to the store and get some Skittles. You can't get pulled over in your car. You can't come out of the store. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do without being murdered. Why is that? Why is everything a threat to black people? How is it that A young white male can shoot, what is it, 9 people in the church?
That's right.
9 people. How many? It was 9 people. They all
9
killed?
people. They
I
were
don't
all
want to
killed.
mess up the story.
They were all
I don't
killed.
want any
9.
disrespect.
9.
9 people were shot in the church. The police got the young man out of there without killing him and took him to Burger King. It's crazy.
Why are black Gen Xers so pissed off nowadays? You guys...
Because we were hoping you'd be different. Turns out you weren't. But you know, our parents may have fought for civil rights, but we were the ones who truly had to implement it. We went to school with you. We've been knowing you since you were kids. And when we were kids, you promised that you would be a different type of person. You promised that when you got older, you were going to make a difference in this world. And we believed you because you were our friends. We went to prom together. My goodness, we fell in love with hip hop together. We even loved your music. It was the MTV generation. Your music was our music. Our music was your music. And we loved everything together. But when you had an opportunity to give us that promotion and give us that job, you acted just like your parents. When you had an opportunity to give us that loan, you acted just like your parents. When you had an opportunity to give us the breaks that we needed in order for things to be a little more equal, you acted just like your parents. And dear God, when Trump came about, you turned into your parents. So yeah, we are the F around and find out generation. And truth be told, somebody needs to let you know, while our parents might not have complained to everyone else, they came home and complained to us. So when you saw that guy, or your parents saw that guy who was shining their shoes, he didn't like your parents. He didn't like the way your parents were treating him. I don't care how nice he was and how he called them by name. No, you turned.
Okay, so I need to talk to the white women for a minute, okay? We're gonna talk. I know that many of us are feeling alone and ignored and threatened and abused, and we're feeling like our bodies are being threatened and that our children's education is at risk, and that we can be grabbed at any minute, and that our degradation and our objectification and our discrimination has become normalized and accepted in ways that are chilling. And this is painful. But what we need to remember is that this is just a touch of the pain that so many marginalized people in this country have been feeling for ages, right? For black people and brown people and trans people and gay people and Muslim people and Native Americans and poor people, right? This is just a touch of what they've been feeling. And what sucks is that it took us being personally affected to finally show up. And so when women say to me, when white women say to me, how do I lead? Where do I begin? I say, you do not lead. And you don't begin anything. The fight for civil rights is not new. We're just new to it. What you do is you learn about Shirley Chisholm, and you learn about Maya Angelou, and you learn about and follow Ava DuVernay and Alicia Garza and Carmen Perez and Linda Sarsour. You look at how they're fighting, and then you fight like they're fighting, right? Because if our white feminism does not become intersectional, then it will be nothing.
Half of our country does believe that an unborn child has rights.
Okay,
half of our country
here's
does.
the road that you're on,
and that's why you have. That's why
fine. I'm not going to argue over the
decision.
science of that because I understand that there's something to be said about that. But a person becomes a person at birth. Okay? Wait, hold on. Because wait a second. I'm not talking about biology, and I'm not talking about religion, because we can have different definitions of when you think life begins, okay? I'm not arguing that. But personhood begins at birth. It always has. It's when you see a tombstone, it's from the moment they were born to the moment they died. It doesn't say the moment of conception to the moment they died on a tombstone. It doesn't say that, okay? That's how we have always measured personhood. Personhood also has a definition with the government. Personhood also is defined by when and where you are born. Citizenship is determined when and where you're born, not when you're conceived or where you're conceived. Good God, do you know what the country would be like if we determined personhood by where people are conceived? First of all, Republicans would lose their fucking minds.
I walked away from a 12-year relationship with 2 kids. We had been together since I was 16 years old. You know, I had 2 children as a teenager. And I can honestly say that as young adults raising 2 children, we did pretty okay. But about 6 years into the relationship, I began to feel stuck. While he was sticking to and accomplishing all of the goals that he had set for himself, I was feeling like my life was just becoming like a revolving door of mother and wife duties. And then the goals that I had for myself would come last. I would come up with all these plans on how we could, you know, relocate to California as a family. And he would entertain it, but he never spoke life into it. And when it all hit the fan, I walked away from everything. And you know what was the hardest? The judgment and criticism that I received, especially from people I thought would be in my corner. After leaving that relationship, an overflow of blessings and opportunities started to come my way. It has been an extremely long journey of healing. I didn't know who I was outside of being a mom and a wife. I am that too, but I'm also more than just that. Now I am getting to know LaBrittany.
I would love for young black kids of the next generation just to be free. Right? Where they don't have to wake up with all this weight on their shoulder. Like it should die. It should be over now. And I have a black son, so I'm hopeful for that.
I said, I don't see color. I said, you better see my color. That's what makes us different, and that's what makes us good. That's what makes us wonderful.
I feel like people took what Dr. King said about people not being judged by the color of their skin and ran with it to say, you know, oh, I don't see color. And it wasn't that Dr. King wanted us to not see each other's color.
It was the denying of their racism.
Right. And the thing is, once you stop seeing color, you essentially erase a whole group of people. Right. Mm-hmm. And in your mind, you try to homogenize, but in America, when we homogenize, our default culture is white. So in your mind, you've turned everyone white. With that statement, and just the implications of that statement go on and on and on.
Even the fact that white is the absence of color. It's like, I don't see color. Well, you know, what does that actually mean, you know?
Right.
Well, I could say that I resent those kinds of comments, but I'm just not into criticizing other black people. I think that's the most sinful thing a black person can do. And in regard to a black person who would raise one finger about something as harmless as Soul Train, with all of the evils and all of the oppression and all of the disparity that exists in this country, is more than misguided. But because I love black people so much, I'll use the term misguided, and I'll let you use your imagination to say what I think of a person who wastes time criticizing what black people are doing instead of spending his time trying to help black people in the way that he knows best. The way I know best to help black people, since I'm not a preacher nor an educator, is to try to project positive images of them and entertainment that they want. To me, is quite a luxury, because there's been so little in this country given or made available to blacks that they want. The person who dare criticize a Soul Train probably does not criticize NBC, ABC, and CBS because they've never had a black anchorman. That's a serious problem as far as I'm concerned.
Look at this. This is like Beverly Hills back here. Right across the street, though, the trenches. The trenches. Just asked them, what is this? He told me it's a church, bro. Like, how you gonna put this crazy church next to the dang trenches, though? Look what's across the street. People gotta stay back here.
Churches took half the money that they was making and gave it back to the community, we'd be all right. If they take half the buildings that they use to praise God and gave it to mother who need God, we'd be all right. We'd be all right. Have you seen some of these goddamn churches lately? It's ones that take up the whole block in New York. It's homeless people out here. Why ain't God letting them stay here? Why these niggas got gold ceilings and shit? Why God need gold ceilings to talk to me? Why do God need colored windows to talk to me? Why God can't come where I'm at, where he sent me? If God wanted to talk to me in a pretty spot like that, why the hell he sent me here then?
Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to another episode of Cutting Through the Culture. I am one of your hosts, Quisha King. Let's see. We freestyling tonight. So every now and again tonight, I might bust out with a little rhyme or something. Freestyle for you. You know what I'm saying? Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. You know, tonight's the night we freestyling with you. Something like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I can't even wrap my head around the montage. Like Chad got me, I'm like running over here, then I'm like running over there. I'm like, no, what? That was a lot, Chad. That was a lot to digest, but we're going to try to make it through this. What's up to the chat? Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us once again. Sorry for the delay, technical issues. I'm telling y'all, the devil be deviling when it comes to these Sunday shows, okay? Because my internet be tripping, and tonight Chad had some hardware crashing stuff. Hard drive, hardware. I don't know. It's girl math. I don't know, whatever that stuff is. But thank you guys for tuning in. Keep the chat lit and respectful, please. Please share this out, like this video, subscribe to the channel, become a member so you can support the channel. And make sure you like and subscribe. Did I say that already? All right, cool. Let's just go ahead and get into this. What I'm going to do, since it's freestyle, I'm bringing everybody up and we just going to start just talking about all of this. So welcome, Blanche. Welcome, Chad. Welcome, Chuck. How y'all doing?
What up, though?
Doing good. How are you, Quisha?
I'm good. You know, I got some allergy issues going on. CC Michelle Littleton, help. But you know, the wedding is in 34 days. So yeah, it's a lot. What about you? How are you?
I'm doing good. My I keep having these now I'm forgetting what they're called. Hard drives crash. So I just need to figure out what a solution to that is. I had everything queued up and ready to go, but then it decided to crash. So I have to basically re-edit and re-upload everything. So that's why we're delayed tonight. So, but I'm happy to get into the show. I mean, I've been saving these clips over time, and there's plenty more from where that came from. Whew. And I didn't want to dump it all on you all at once. So I figured we can take some of these and just talk about them and just, you know, do an informal Sunday night show. So here we are.
Chuck, what did you think about that first guy who Jamal, who's looking for the job with his beat, with his makeup on?
I don't know.
Did you hire him, Chuck?
Am I hiring?
He said he's going to demand a job.
Right. He said that they hung up on him before asking him his name. I thought that the person on the phone gave an adequate response. They just said, "Hey, you know, we'll review the resumes and applications, and you know, we'll pick the best candidate or candidates for the job. If one of those people happen to be you, then we'll give you a call." I mean, no, I don't know what knowing your name is. I mean, now we all know how this goes, right? When you're looking for a job, right? A lot of times you have to know someone, or you sit back and wait. You know, it's funny, the job that I currently do, I've been working there for 10 years. I just apply randomly. Somebody just said, "Hey, you know, if I were you, I'd try going here." You know, it was just a tip, and I did it. And I forgot I hadn't even put the application in. And man, maybe 6 months, 7 months went by. You know, and I got a phone call, and you know, it changed my life. But I didn't know anyone. But you know, a lot of times that's what happens when you're searching for a job. You either know someone, know a manager, or someone working there, and so, well, I'm gonna go ahead and submit the application. Go ahead and pull it from me, you know, and I'll make sure you get an interview. And you know, that's common. It's difficult when you just randomly submit a resume or an application. A lot of times, you know, it may not get reviewed, but it's tough work. You know, you really have to put in the work and be patient and be diligent, and eventually something will work for you. So I don't know. I mean, he's sitting there putting on makeup or whatever he's doing. I don't really know what to make of that guy, man. I guess just keep hope alive, brother. Keep hope alive. Eventually, something will happen for you.
He messed up and said that he said his name was Jamal on the phone. He
Oh,
said,
that's what it was.
he said, "Hi, my name is Jamal." So once the guy heard your name was Jamal, he's always going to be put in the trash. You know that?
Not only is his name Jamal, but he sounds very
sweet.
flamboyant.
Yeah.
Very sweet on the
It's
phone.
it's a double whammy.
Yeah.
It's a double whammy.
Niglet and zesty.
And it's crazy too, because a lot of your more, I guess, sort of like the gentleman in the montage, your more kind of flamboyant, very feminine type homosexual men, from experience that I've seen, I've been in workplaces, and gay men have worked there, and they really display all of that on the job. It's very and oftentimes they feel as though, they can just come in there and snap the fingers and do the whole sister girl thing, especially when it comes to their Black female employees. They think they down for the cause and down for the struggle, and they go right in and they, hey, sister girl, yes, queen, with them. Yeah. And from what I find from experiences, these aren't even necessarily conservative women, but the women don't appreciate it, and they really don't appreciate it, and it could be very difficult to work with such individuals, because if you've ever experienced it, it's something, and again, this has nothing to do with what the left or whatever will say, well, this is homophobic and this and that. That's not really the case. There's a reason why, for example, if you even some jobs, they forbid, folks of the opposite sex, for example, from having relationships that go beyond the workplace. Or look at the military. For the longest time, it's don't ask, don't tell policy, as they would call it when it came to gays, because there's a certain level of efficiency. We're trying to get something accomplished, and when certain relationships are, certain relationships grow and certain workplace dynamics begin to change, it can actually hurt or undermine workplace efficiency when people start getting personal attachments to their coworkers in ways that go beyond the task at hand. And so a lot of jobs don't want that. And it's the same thing when it comes to a lot of the behavior that you see from a lot of these flamboyant homosexuals. It really, really does undermine a workplace efficiency for various reasons. And the wisdom of the employer and the people who are responsible for making sure that the job gets done, their wisdom tells them that. Their wisdom teaches them that. This is why you'll see all the time, for example, a police officer or detective investigating a homicide. If they personally know the victim, they'll be removed from the case. Because when personal feelings get involved, it can affect the way you do your job. So, yeah.
I would just love to see his resume.
Yeah.
His resume is like his makeup. It's going to be trash. So,
it's funny when Blanche said, he said it's a double whammy. He's a nignog and he's zesty. I was like, that's like intersectionality, right? You got all your layers of the intersectionality. You're nignog, you're zesty. It's like all of it's like
you're unqualified.
Did he say his name was Jamal?
He did. Yeah.
I didn't catch that part.
Get ready with me to walk into jobs and demand to be hired. No, because I'm actually so fed up with this job market. Why is the job market so bad right now? Can somebody actually educate me on this? Because I've been applying to jobs for a minute now. Mind y'all, I do have a bachelor's degree, so don't try me. And for some reason, people still won't hire me. So I've applied to over 100 jobs, and I started calling places the other day just to check up on my application, because that's what you're supposed to do. So I called them and I'm like, hi, my name is Jamal. I'm just checking in up on my application, just checking to see if you guys got it,
Told you. I told you. Hi, my name is Jamal. Click.
But then too, he said, you have a bachelor's degree.
It is hard out here.
Bachelor's degree in what though? Intersectionality. Intersectionality studies. What do you got a bachelor's degree in? Something stupid.
Fashion merchandising.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
he
he's
may be
applying to be
working.
like a plumber.
He may end up in somebody's HR department or in someone's diversity division, or what they call it. You have your diversity officers. It's funny. I mean, from what we're seeing in the news, a lot of these positions, they say across a wide variety of companies, a lot of these positions are being scrapped. There are claims that a lot of major companies are moving away from their DEI programs and this and that. But these people were coming into these companies, man. I mean, making high six-figure salaries, doing absolutely nothing.
Right.
And oftentimes, I mean, they're your uber feminists. Most of the time, they're women. They're either uber feminists. Many of them are, openly gay or lesbian. So who knows? He may end up in someone's HR department, terrorizing the folks on the job. So who knows what he does?
Terrorizing the people. Speaking of feminists, why
I got that word for Blanche.
Terrorizing people.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's accurate, especially, like in the neighborhoods and stuff, when you have these people who are, causing all burglarizing, murdering people, murdering children. Yeah, I would say that's real domestic terrorism for sure.
Yeah. Nicodemus. Go ahead, Quisha.
I was going to say, speaking of feminism, let's play this. This was very eye-catching.
I walked away from a 12-year relationship with 2 kids. We had been together since I was 16 years old. I had 2 children as a teenager. And I can honestly say that as young adults raising 2 children, we did pretty okay. But about 6 years into the relationship, I began to feel stuck. While he was sticking to and accomplishing all of the goals that he had set for himself, I was feeling like my life was just becoming like a revolving door of mother and wife duties. And then the goals that I had for myself would come last. I would come up with all these plans on how we could, relocate to California as a family. And he would entertain it, but he never spoke life into it. And when it all hit the fan, I walked away from everything. And you know what was the hardest? The judgment and criticism that I received, especially from people I thought would be in my corner. After leaving that relationship, an overflow of blessings and opportunities started to come my way. It has been an extremely long journey of healing. I didn't know who I was outside of being a mom and a wife. I am that too, but I'm also more than just that. Now I am getting to know LaBrittany.
LaBrittany.
She for the streets.
Oh man, that is like so heartbreaking to me. First of all, she's a beautiful woman. She looks pretty young still. She said she had 2 kids as a teenager. But I think about the feminist movement and all of the propaganda that it has put out into American or Western society. And for this young woman she says a wife, but it doesn't sound like they were married. So that was a little confusing. But it is
She
sad.
called him her husband. Did she not?
Yeah, she said that she was married. She said it was
she
her
did. Oh, okay.
She walked away from a married with 2 kids.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought in the beginning she said, I don't know. I missed that. Well, anyway, I heard her say marriage.
Yeah.
I heard her mention marriage at one point, but in the beginning it didn't sound like that they went. Anyway, the point is that she would walk away. She says that, we did pretty well for ourselves considering that we were, teenage parents and all this stuff. And because he did not want to move to LA, he didn't want to move, then that's what made her,
She said California.
California.
Not LA.
That's what made her want to walk away from a marriage. Not cheating, not financial issues, not domestic violence, none of these like hard issues, but because he did not want to move, where she wanted to move and when she wanted to move.
Well, not just that, Keisha. She said that she pretty much got sick and tired of the banality of married life, of being a wife, of being a mother, and she felt as though there were things in her life that she had yet to accomplish. I don't know what those things could possibly have been. To me, it seemed like she won. I mean, especially if you're talking about, you don't have a career or whatever of your own, and everything revolves around your family, your husband, your wife. Of course, from a Christian point of view, that's the way it should be. But if you have a husband who's capable of relocating the entire family to a state like California, my goodness, I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to give the husband the benefit of the doubt, say that he was a productive man. I mean, it seems as though to me you won. I don't really know what the problem is. You're gonna go out here and hit the job market, a divorcee with 2 children, and I mean, for what? And you expect the next guy to come in and just, I don't know, man. That's strange to me, but I don't know. And what's up with this applying makeup thing, talking about random stuff? I've noticed
it's like,
that.
get ready with me. It's like you're giving people something to watch as you're getting ready and you are doing your makeup. It's like kind of like the thing where you put something else on the screen while you're talking about something totally unrelated to the thing on the screen. It's just a get ready with me.
So, somebody in Willie Doc in the comment section said that she left the children also. I was just assuming that she didn't do that, but I guess I don't know how Willie knows. Maybe she's someone who makes content often and he knows her backstory. She doesn't look familiar to me, but if she left her children as well, my God. My God.
Yeah. Willie Doc, can you expound on that? Do you know any more about that? Give you a demo. I have them. Go follow me on TikTok. But I think a lot of this, from my experience, when I was caught up in the feminist ideology and beliefs, it's something that you just believe. It's something that is taught to you from a very young age, especially if you're a black woman, a black girl. When you grow up, many of us here, you got to be a strong black woman. You don't need a man. You can do it all by yourself. Like, we literally hear this all the time. It's reinforced. Very, few of us have our fathers in the home, our parents together. So we see a healthy marriage. Most of us aren't seeing that. We don't have a reality to combat the propaganda, to combat the narrative. Like, there's nothing. So we're just believing what your mom, your grandmother, and people at school and all and culture is telling you. It's really sad because that woman, this is my whole point, reality is going to hit her one day. I'm going to share this. I think.
Well, hold on. Before you do, I think it's interesting because like, Keisha, would you venture to say that she had a father growing up based on what she was saying?
Probably not. I would say she probably did not have a father, or if her father was in her life, he probably was not a good example of, a good father. Because when you're making decisions like that, you're going to call your dad. Like, I know I certainly called my dad. I was like, Dad, this is what I'm, and yeah, you're going to call your daddy. So
one of the things that I noticed about modern Black culture, and it's becoming increasingly true of other ethnic groups as well, is this kind of deprioritizing of family formation. And as this is happening, society, as it relates to regulation, laws, policies, such and so forth, is kind of reacclimating itself to accommodate this new way of living, this new kind of self-indulgent way of living. And this is the reason why they're pushing for legal abortions. This is why they're pushing for a social safety net system and the ramping up of the social safety net system, because where it used to be, you have the family kind of what am I trying to say? The constellation of the family to supply the needs of the people within a given family. You now no longer have that, and so people are looking to the government to be able to give people the quote unquote care that they would otherwise get from the family. And so as you see a ramping up of the social safety net on the one hand, and this kind of rewriting, if you will, of the social contract, and you see a deprioritizing of family formation on the other hand, like for me, I kind of shiver to think about what society will look like in the next 30 or 40 years at this rate that we're going, if that makes sense.
Well, they said climate change is going to wipe us out anyway, so you know.
And I want to say that I know she left the children because there's no way she would be able to take those kids from the dad and move across the country to California without having anything set up. It's just no way a judge, like she wouldn't do it. So I know she left those kids with him to go out there and be in California, I guess, to be famous. I don't know, but I don't think she took the kids because she had them when she was like younger. So she probably was tired of that too, you know, being a mom, being a wife. So I imagine there's no way she took them kids across the country she wouldn't have did it. So it was easier for her to navigate on her own. That's why she said so many blessings. Yeah, because you ain't taking care of them kids no more. You free. You free to you know, run these streets and roam the streets. I've seen it before where these women, they'll leave the kids with the dad and just go out here and just live their best life until the wheels fall off. And then when they fall off, it's a wrap.
Yeah, so what they think is their best life. What I was going to share is, and I was going to say, I think my mom would be okay with me sharing this. But so my parents divorced, and you guys know I'm getting married, and we were over to her house. This was, I don't know, a few months back. And I was just, you know, talking to my mom, you know, how you do. And she said to me, she's like, I'm so happy that I'm paraphrasing, but basically I'm very happy that you're not going to end up by yourself like me, you know, because my mom never remarried. And she has said, you know, several times that she wishes that she would have, you know, stuck it out with my dad. Oh, sorry.
No. I started smiling before you even got to the punchline because I just knew I knew that was coming. I knew a regret story was coming. I didn't want to jump the gun and assume and make an ass out of myself, but I figured your mother would tell you that she wished she would have stayed with your father.
Yeah, even, you know, through it all. And I think a lot of women, you don't realize how hard it is by yourself. Society tells you to do one of the hardest jobs, if not the hardest job, raising children, to do it by yourself. Girl, it's okay, girl, go get your money, go do this by yourself. Like, how insane is that? That is so stupid. When the woman, like, just as women, we weren't built to do a lot of these things. Like, I truly believe that is why we see a lot more, along with the food, along with the birth control, the medications and stuff like that. That is why women are so much sicker, because the stress on you trying to provide for a household. I only have two children, and it's freaking hard. I can't even imagine having 3, 4, 5 kids, like, by yourself. Like, they're telling you to do this by yourself, and we have eaten this up. Particularly Black women have just soaked up all this nonsense of doing this thing by yourself. What an idiotic thing to do and to say. And it's just like, it's amazing that there hasn't been that long before, that there hasn't been like a mass group of Black women saying, you know what, this is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, instead, when Kevin Samuels came along, and sure other men before him were trying to, like, you know, sound the alarm, instead of them saying, you know what, he is right, why are we out here trying to do this by ourselves? Like, we're not even meant to do this. No, still women are like, nope, you would rather just take it on You're going to take on this burden. You're going to take on, not the burden. I'm not saying children are a burden. I'm saying the responsibility of doing it all by yourself, that you are so out of order. You're so out of order. And it shows, like it literally shows in society that women at the helm of raising a family is out of order, because the numbers are there that the children are not okay. Okay, this is not producing, the outcomes of this are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. And it's like, when are women in mass gonna stop and say, you know what, I'm not gonna have children until I'm married, and I'm gonna stick it out. Like, I'm gonna choose wisely. You know, I'm gonna position myself to be chosen properly. You know, but my God, it is insane. And the revelation that I got when God was bringing me out of that feminist mindset, it was truly, it was very freeing, very freeing. Not as freeing as when God told me that my skin color had become an idol, because that was a whole, like, that was a whole nother level of freedom. But the feminist stuff was definitely freeing. It literally, it helps you stay in your natural state. What a relief to be in your natural state of where you're supposed to be, like where the order in which God has created you, and you get to exist in the natural state. It's a lot easy. Listen, it's a lot easier. Okay, like, I ain't gonna hold you. I can't. It's a lot, like, this is what you want. I'm trying to tell you, like, this is what you want. You don't want to have to be out here trying to do it by yourself. Okay, it ain't the movie. It's not cute. I'm done. That's all. That's my soapbox.
And she said the lady there said, I mean, by all intent, I mean, according to her own description, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, he may not have been perfect, but she had a good man. You know, I'm not one of these guys that'll say, well, it's because the woman laid up, got pregnant, had a child, that now, okay, that's the man you're saddled with for the rest of your life, in spite of the fact that this man, I mean, God knows what this man is putting this woman through. And I get it, you know, sometimes.
But Chuck, if he was really putting her through something, would she have not said so?
No, that's what I said. I said, she described by what she said, it sounds like she had a good man. I pivoted, and I was just talking about in general. I don't like this idea that whenever a relationship falls apart, especially if, of course, we all know the way they should have done it, they should have got married first and so on. It goes without saying, right? But I'm not one who suggests that, you know, whenever there are illegitimate children, or a woman has a child with a man and they're trying to stick it out and whatever, and she decides to end the relationship, and, you know, most of the time the woman, the children stays with the woman. It's like, well, you should have stayed with your baby daddy, and where's yours? I'm not one, because, you know, there's always nuance, you know, to these sorts of conversations, because who knows exactly what that man put her through. Because for every illegitimate child that's out there, for every single mother that's out there, you're right, that child or those children, there's a father somewhere, right? There's a father somewhere, and so you know, I mean, of course, it goes without saying. I mean, you know, we all understand here on the panel the complexities, but yeah, you know, this is just a shame that she didn't have a man who she just said, I can't deal with this man anymore. Because I do firmly believe that you know, men. I mean, you know, when you're dealing with human beings, I mean, you're dealing with the human element. People betray. People lie. People aren't who they say they are. People oftentimes are not who they pretend to be. And I'm not one who, and I think a lot of the pushback you get against the manosphere idea is pretty much coming from this point of view. And I understand that point of view, that men could be low down. I mean, and trust me, you know, I know firsthand, you know what I mean? And I know that sometimes women deal with men that they shouldn't deal with, because I was one of those men. And so I understand. It's like, well, you're banking on potential, right? He has a lot going for him. You know, eventually I see him growing into this. I see him growing in, you know, making strides to become this All right, this great man, and sometimes people jump the gun and get it, start having sex and these sorts of things. Children come about as a result, and sometimes the men aren't who these women think that these men are, and it's not. Sometimes I just think sometimes we're just a little too harsh on some women across the board, because it's just as much on the men as well in many instances, because they make these children. They too make these children.
I mean, you can't keep a woman who doesn't want to be kept. That's why I asked that question. This was way back a long time ago on the show, because we were talking about women, Black women, and just like their ratchetness and stuff. And I was asking, like, okay, what happened? Men are ultimately responsible, but at the end, a man can't keep a woman who doesn't want to be kept. What is he supposed to do? And men have a certain way of thinking, and you can't. It's their and most of it is natural. A lot of times it's like a good man does not want his wife out, out in the streets, doing all kind of foolishness, just being completely not a wife. Most men, unlike Jay-Z, most men would have a problem with their women, just being kind of just like floozies, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want that. That's typically not what he wants.
I think we'll be remiss here tonight if we don't really discuss the spiritual component of all of this and the times in which we're living. On the surface, we can speculate as to, maybe he's doing something behind closed doors, or maybe this or maybe that. But the reality of it is, this is an epidemic, and it's an epidemic that I can appreciate folks like Kevin Samuels and even some of the folks in the red pill space for trying to put a finger on it. But it's something that the Bible has long put a finger on before any of us came into existence. And the reality of it, as I alluded to earlier, is that we are living in a time where our generation is being encouraged all the more to pursue this kind of spirit of limitless indulgence. And a woman walking out on her family, walking out on her children. In her words, she said that I didn't feel fulfilled. I didn't feel complete. I wanted to go out and for lack of a better word, find myself and find fulfillment in something else outside of family. We know that family is it's a blessing, right? It's a blessing for the woman. It's a blessing for the husband, and it's a blessing for the children as well. God didn't make families by accident. He knew full well what he was doing, because he understands that we as human beings, it's our best possible chance of having some degree of success and some degree of I guess community. And so, there's a spiritual component to it. There's the blessings that we enjoy in Western civilization is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yes, we have all of this freedom to move about and to pursue certain goals and this, that, and the third. But when it comes to feminism in particular, it is a sacrificial thing that a woman has to do to pursue a career, or to pursue, I guess, finding herself or what have you. Because the woman is the person who gives birth. The woman is the nurturer by nature, the caretaker by nature. That's how she's wired. That's how she's that's how she can best serve. And so the question is, in what capacity will she serve these natural functions of hers? Will it be in the context of a family? Will it be for a corporation? Will it be for some nonprofit? Will it be for something? The fact is, something has to die in order for what she wants to live. This is the natural order of life. Something must die in order for another thing to live. That is, after all, the essence of abortion. And all these women who are singing the praises of their abortion, Chad. They want to pursue career, and so they sacrifice the child in pursuit of the career. And again, just to wrap my little monologue here up about the spiritual component of it, I wanted to share with you all something that Aleister Crowley said. that I think is very pertinent to tonight, or to this particular aspect of the conversation. So this is from his book, the Book of the Law, 22. I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight in bright glory, and steer the hearts of men with drunkenness to worship me, take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet and be drunk thereof. They shall not harm ye at all. It is a lie. This folly against self, this exposure of innocence is a lie. Be strong, O man. Lust, enjoy all things of sense and rapture. Fear not that any God shall deny thee for this. I am alone. I am alone. There is no God where I am. So, folks, this is the spirit of the age, as it were. I mean, this is where we are. I mean, I know most people are unaware of the occult. Most people are unaware of just how steeped a lot of these, folks who do have some degree of influence are wrapped up either directly or indirectly with the occult. And I don't want to put everything at the foot of the occult. I don't want to put everything at the foot of, these secret societies or anything like that. But what I'm telling you all is that Satan is the prince of the power of the air. And that all of this kind of giving in to this indulgence, all this kind of giving in to like, no, you have higher priorities outside of the home, feed your nature, feed the desires of your own stomach. This is, Aleister Crowley is right. He has a point. This is the desire that Satan has for us because he wants to pull us away from God. Marriage is a picture of Christ's relationship to the church. And so it's a very beautiful thing. And when we reject that and sacrifice that in pursuit of self-indulgence, that's a deeply spiritual thing.
Oh, go ahead, Blanche.
And by the way, even to the extent that a marriage is failing or not, or that you have communication issues, these are things that can be worked out. There's biblical, again, the Bible doesn't give any kind of pass of like, okay, your marriage didn't work out, feel free to go your separate ways. I'm not saying that we're all going to be perfect in how we show up in our relationships, be they husband to wife, father to son, so on and so forth. We're not going to do everything to a T the way the Bible says to do it. However, my point in saying this is like what we tend to do as a society is look to every self-help book, every person we consider sage, every social media influential post or what have you to give us advice on how we should move and what it is we should pursue, and we completely disregard what the Lord God Almighty has to say about these things. So anyway,
Chad, did you question? I'm just curious. Did you remember I talked about a lot of these things in the last live stream I did with Sub-Zero. I was just wondering, did that any of what I said during that discussion inspire you, or this was something that you had already been aware of as far as the Book of the Law in that particular passage? Because I think I even mentioned Crowley in the Book of the Law when I had that conversation with Sub-Zero a couple of weeks ago. I was just curious.
So that particular quote I heard years ago from Ray Comfort, who is like a street evangelist, so to speak.
Yes,
but
I love Ray Comfort.
yeah. So that, to be honest with you, those are the only two quotes I know from Aleister Crowley. Do what thou wilt and is one, and then fear not that any God will judge you is the others. Those are the only. That's the beginning and the end of my knowledge of Aleister Crowley's sayings. But I know who he is. And the live stream that you did with Sub-Zero was very informative in terms of, I guess, broadening my knowledge on the occult, which is very wicked stuff. Obviously, but yeah, I do recommend people watch that.
Blanche, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just noticed that she said that my husband was basically accomplishing his goals. So basically, what she said was they were in competition, not on his end, but her end. You think about if she's married to him, then his goal is being accomplished or her goal is being accomplished as well. So she never was talking about the marriage as an us thing. It was a him and it was a me thing. And somebody mentioned that at night she was, in the bed scrolling on social media. And that's really what happens is that a lot of these women, they get all these ideas from the world telling them that they're not fulfilling themselves because they're seeing women out there living their best life, you know, running the streets, doing what they want to do. And so when she said California, I was like, why California? What industry is out there for you to go?
What's out there?
Yeah, what's out there in California for you to go to? So that lets me know she asked this man to uproot himself. She said he was doing well financially. So you asking this man to sacrifice his whole career and everything so that you can go to California and do what? And so I just think that because they probably got married maybe young and probably had children young, they never really got to mature. And so they kind of like grew up with each other possibly. And so I understand why she hit this phase that she's in now, because she probably missed out on her childhood really at 16 getting pregnant. I guess, you know, it's pretty much a done deal. But I would still say that the competition factor. And so what I see a lot with, I'm gonna say with Black women, is that because Black women have so much propaganda that's pushed to them, it almost puts them in the mindset of, I have to go out here and compete with a man. That doesn't get turned off because they get married or in a relationship. They still have that same mindset when they get, because they're constantly being told by the world that they're just as good as a man or even better than a man, all these things. Chuck mentioned something about giving women a hard time, but I'm like, this whole red pill space that we see, this modern day red pill space, came from women running their mouth. Women have this whole time said they got women's intuition, they got divine energy, women got all the tools to be successful, yet they still keep picking these raggedy men. So clearly that stuff don't work. So a lot of these women ran their mouth for years. They had movies made about them, all kind of stuff, all the propaganda. And then men said, you know what? No, enough's enough. And in the moment the men started saying enough's enough, now all this other, the next movement came in where I am the table. You know, I don't have to, you know, the man, just all kind of crazy stuff. So I'm gonna just say that the bed that we made, you know, we both made it. Men have been complaining for years about all of this stuff. Kevin Samuel made it more popular. But I remember Tommy Sotomayor was talking about it years ago too. But men have been talking about this stuff for years. It just wasn't popular. Most men talked about this stuff in barbershops, in the locker room, away from women. But once it hit the national stage or global stage, women actually got to hear the things that men actually complain about. And I'm gonna say this too, just for Black women. These Black men have never complained about you all's appearance. They didn't complain about y'all butts, y'all hair, y'all breasts, everything. They didn't complain about none of that. Black men have been consistent in the one complaint with y'all, and that is your attitude. The one thing that y'all can fix for free, y'all refuse to do it. Y'all go to school, get weed, do all this other stuff, and the man ain't never said nothing about that. The man said, fix your attitude. So to me, y'all really got no leg to stand on right now, but I still hold the men to the fire because the man's in charge, but still, it's his responsibility, but y'all ain't off the hook though.
No, I feel you, Blanchard. And like I said, I just threw that in there as an aside because you know, you get these fools like Fresh and Fit who want to run around and tell men that before they even can consider settling down, they need to have sex with at least 50 women before they even consider settling down with just one. I mean, you know, it's a lot of foolishness, you know, going around, and you know, but anyway, I just had to at least, you know, open the door a little bit to that side, because I do understand the complexity, you know, again, when you're talking about human beings and just, you know, how we are. I mean, no one is immune to sin and bad behavior, of course, and I tried to sort of deal with this whole modern day dating, modern day culture of, you know, out of wedlock children and cohabitation and these sort of things. And, you know, I did qualify by stating, of course, the ideal way, which is, you know, the biblically prescribed way to go about doing this. You know, just I did acknowledge it, pay lip service to it, but that's why I'm glad Chad stepped in and really made sure that we hunkered down on that point, because I guess that is the point that needs to be made. And so, Chad, I just want to just go clarify that, because I do agree with Chad and I do agree with Blanche. With that being said, though, she wanted to go to Sacktown, Blanche. She wanted to see the site. She wanted to know where the legendary Blanchard Robinson was born and raised. She wanted to see the house you raised in. You got your little commemorative plaque when you riding into town. It says the home of Blanchard right now. But I gotta ask you guys, just on a lighter note, since we freestyle, and I don't know the details. I don't really care because I'm not in the celebrity gossip and stuff like that. I don't follow it. So what do you guys think about Judge Mathis' wife divorcing him after 40 years? Isn't that crazy?
I saw the headline, but I didn't read the story.
I said I cheered.
I cheered.
Why?
Because, I'm gonna tell you why. Because Judge Mathis, he's a fraud, man. He talk. Listen, he good on the show, but his political views are trash.
Oh yeah,
and so I know that Judge Mathis has been running that woman ragged. That woman ain't gonna leave that man after 39 years. It ain't no way unless he doing something. He been doing something. All that getting on the show, I praise my wife. My wife run the show. All that Good Morning Queen stuff is cap. I know Judge Mathis is doing something behind closed doors. Think about it. They've been married almost 40 years, and she said, "I'm out."
Yeah.
Think about that.
No. Well, I mean,
I'm glad she's free. Now she needs freedom.
My parents were married for 20 something years. My parents, I mean, people do that's crazy. 39
who left who, Quisha? You don't mind me asking? Who left who?
My mom was the one who filed ultimately my mom was the one who filed for divorce.
And she filed because of what? She shouldn't have filed, right? She said.
She wishes she would have stuck it out. You know, my dad was not necessarily doing, you know, some of the things that he should have been doing. I understand. Actually, I don't. I can see both sides, but at the end of the day, I think my mother could have done a better. Like when I think back and I just have certain memories of things, I think my mom could have done a bit of a better job to keep her marriage. I'm gonna just keep it real. Like I think she could have done a better job with just certain things that she started to do out of anger and spite of my dad for things that he had done. And instead of like, if you're gonna stay, if you're gonna stay in a marriage, like don't be bitter, what am I trying to say? Better, Lord, I can't even talk. Don't be bitter and stay. You know what I mean? Like if you've made a decision to stay, then you ought to at least like put forward some good efforts to, make it a decent, be a wife, be a wife. But my dad he was out there. He wasn't doing exactly, he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do. I mean, but that all changed. Like my dad he grew, there came a point where he just wasn't that man anymore. He gave his life to Christ. Like that. It's funny to me because seeing like the transformation of my father, like he became a deacon in a church, he was cutting the church's grass and he was just doing, he really gave his life to the Lord. And, if my mother would have stuck it out, she would have gotten to be a part of that blessing. You know what I mean? And so yeah, but that is life. You know what I mean? Like it is life. It is, ups and downs. Even in a marriage, it is ups and downs. And I know it's tough. It is tough. But yeah.
It's hard work. I got a question. Because from my understanding, as far as the Bible is concerned, Old Testament, God allowed the only time that a husband or wife or a spouse or whatever, they have to be widowed, right, in order to even be eligible to marry again. So I guess death is the only thing that can actually end a marriage. And then when the New Testament comes along in the book of Matthew, I'm issuing a question because I'm not exactly sure, because I want to know how you guys interpret the scripture here. I think it's Matthew 5, verse 31 through 32, where it talks about sexual immorality being pretty much the only grounds for divorce that God allows. So in the Old Testament, there's death, and then the New Testament, God comes along and says that, I mean, he doesn't like it, but if you must, the only time he'll, I guess, understand is if there's adultery or what the Bible in the book of Matthew says, sexual immorality. I remember a long time ago, I asked a question, Chad and I, we were the only two married guys on the panel at the time, Quisha soon to be remarried. If, we found out that our wives stepped out, would we stay, would we forgive? I said I would put forth an effort to forgive. Chad said he would as well. But, what do you guys think about that? Does the New Testament give grounds for divorce as a result of adultery? Is that the way you guys understand that scripture, or am I not understanding it correctly?
No,
well, Jesus
I
said,
think,
go ahead, Quisha.
I agree. I think the Bible does have some exceptions. I think so. If I remember correctly, I haven't looked at this in a while, but in the Old Testament, the men, they was just like bringing their wives up for divorce, like for anything. It was like, oh, it was out of control, and so there needed to be some rules around this divorce thing, because the men were it was insane. And so that's why there was, I guess, a more clearer law, if you will, laid out around divorce. But yes, there are certain circumstances that God does allow for divorce and remarriage. And somebody asked me that. They were like, can you get married again? If you're divorced, can you get married again? And I was like, I do believe that I can get married again. If God can, I think I said, if God can forgive us for being on crack or having an abortion or things like that, I was like, I do believe that God's grace is sufficient. So, but that's my 2 cents on that. Oh, sorry.
So, I didn't know if Blanche was going to go or not.
No, go ahead, Chad.
So I guess let me be silent and let God's word be authoritative to this question. But this is Jesus in Luke chapter 16, and of course you can find it in other gospels too, starting in 18. Anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery, and the man who marries a divorced woman commits adultery. Of course, there's other verses. Let me see if I can't. Matthew 5:32. But I say to you that everyone who divorces his wife, except on the grounds of sexual immorality, makes her commit adultery, and whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. 1 Corinthians 7. To the married, I give this charge, not I, but the Lord. The wife should not separate from her husband. But if she does, she should remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband. And the husband should not divorce his wife. The Bible says in numerous places, and of course I can go on and on and on here. And I just have all these up on my screen. You all can't see it, but these are all verses that I have up here on my screen. Romans 7:2, for a married woman is bound by law to her husband while he lives. But if her husband dies, she is released from the law of marriage.
Right.
So we see the only thing being, I guess, death. Matthew 5:31-32. It was also said, whoever divorces his wife, let him give her a certificate of divorce. But I say to you, this is Jesus talking. He says, but I say to you that everyone who divorces his wife, except on the ground of sexual immorality, makes her commit adultery, and whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. And I think Jesus would go on to say something of the effect that, that God gave you all ordinances for divorce because of the wickedness of your heart, because of the hardness of your own hearts. God would rather you stay together and work it out, but because the hearts of man are hard, if you're going to divorce, here's the grounds under which one must follow through with said divorce. So,
right.
I think it's easy to in our own. Let's see here. Let me pull this back up or drop this back off the screen. It's easy to, in our own anecdotal lives and situations and the kind of ebbs and flows and the gray areas and the circumstances to try to insert our own, I guess, esoteric knowledge of, well, it's actually not that bad. And I don't know, this is a very hard thing to say because, again, I can't speak from my own, I guess, authority on it. I'm not a theologian or a pastor or anything of that nature. I'm merely a layman on this subject, and I can read, so I know what the scriptures say, and I do hold the scriptures authoritative. But to your question, Chuck, I will just basically defer to what the scriptures say on that particular subject. And these are these are hard teachings. They really are, because again, nobody wants to end up alone for the rest of their life after having gone through a divorce, especially if the other person has moved on or what have you, being reconciled back to your husband. I mean, how then does that work if your husband is married? Is his marriage considered null because he went out and married another woman, even though, biblically, you should have never divorced your wife to begin with, unless there was sexual immorality involved. And of course, we want to try to do this kind of mental gymnastics thing to justify our own situation. But again, at the end of the day, you still have here a human being with feelings and who don't want to spend the rest of their life alone. So these are hard teachings, but they are teachings that we hold as authoritative. So
yeah, it's tough, man. I just wanted to get your take, because I've heard some hardliners say, hey, I mean, the Bible is clear. It doesn't even talk about, for example, if your husband is, physically abusive, you fear for your life, he may kill you. It's just like, the Bible doesn't say anything about that. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to pose a question to you guys. I was curious to know what you thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah, people have asked me this before, and I certainly went and looked and researched, and a website that I go to a lot is gotquestions.org, and that is the one that I went to, and where they go, and I mean, it's a biblical website, or biblical answers for questions that people have. It's actually really good, but it says it's a pretty long thing, so I won't read the whole thing, but it says right out the gate, first of all, no matter what one view one takes on issue of divorce, it is important to remember Malachi 2:16. I hate divorce, says the Lord God of Israel. So out the gate, God hates divorce. It says the issue of remarriage after a divorce is addressed directly in 1 Corinthians 7:10-11. To the married, I give this command, not I, but the Lord. A wife must, we just heard that. It goes on to say we have two possible exceptions, possible. And this is something that theologians have debated, for a long time. One of which Paul addresses in the same context: a believer abandoned by an unbelieving spouse, quote, is not bound, 1 Corinthians 7:15. And Jesus says, except for sexual immorality in Matthew 5:32 and Matthew 19:9. So depending on the exact meaning of bound and sexual immorality, there may be some cases in which remarriage is allowed after divorce. In 1 Corinthians 7, Paul's argument for the quote unbound condition of the believing spouse is based on who leaves. It is the believer who abandons the marriage, and the believer isn't in it. It is the unbeliever who abandons the marriage, and the believer is an innocent party. It goes on and on, but if you Google that question and look for the gotquestions.org website, you can read the whole thing there. Which is pretty. It's not settled. There's debate on what those two particular verses are saying.
So my question is, so say there's a person, he's a believer, his wife is a believer, they have a family. Say the example we got today with the lady going to California. Say he's a believer and she didn't say anything wrong. Good man. Let's say he's a good man, God-fearing man. And she says, I'm leaving. I'm leaving you and the children. I'm going. I'm going to Hollywood to be a star. I want a divorce and everything. Now, once she leaves him and goes out into this world, is he to then stay unmarried for the rest of his life? Is he then to just never find love? Is just to be just a man, be a hermit, just go and not ever, get a blessed union? I'm saying, is that his fate? Is the fate of this man left up to a woman that wants to be for the Hollywood streets?
Well, I mean, so I guess my answer to that question is, Paul does address being married versus being unmarried as a Christian. And the way that he addresses it is to say that when one is not married, it gives them more time to focus on their relationship with God. Mm-hmm. They are in essence unburdened by the commitment that one owes to one spouse. And so, I think that it's very easy for those of us who are unmarried to be so obsessive over the idea of being married and finding the right person and will it ever happen for me, to where we lose faith. And we know what happens biblically when we lose faith. I mean, you saw, who was it, Elizabeth? Was it Elizabeth in the Old Testament, who God promised her that you will have a child, and she was getting up there in years and she disbelieved. So she went and Sarah went and got one of her maidservants and had her husband sleep with her and did a dishonorable thing. So, there is this kind of intoxication that can come over you when you're trying to force things, not necessarily just trying to force things, but when your attention is so focused on finding a spouse as opposed to worshiping God. And again, we are given instructions from the scripture, so we need not to speculate and to wonder. I mean, here's Jesus in Matthew chapter 19. I mean, when the Pharisees came to him, it says, and the Pharisees came up to Jesus and tried to test him by asking, is it lawful to divorce one's wife for any cause? He answered, have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female, and said, therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two of them shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Why therefore what God therefore has joined together, let no man separate. They said to him, why then did Moses command one to give a certificate of divorce and to send her away? He said to them, because of your hardness of heart, Moses allowed you to divorce your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another, commits adultery. So, I mean, if Matthew's recounting of this conversation that Jesus had with the Pharisees is correct, the only exception that the crucified Christ gives to divorce one's wife is sexual immorality. Jesus is not given any other exception to it. And so I know what you're asking, Blanche, is a more specific question as it relates to, well, let's say you are a believer and your wife leaves you. Does that then, like, what then becomes your fate? And obviously Jesus isn't addressing that here, but in a way he is, I believe. In a way he is. So.
Well, I would say that more than likely she's going to go out there and have sex. So I mean, it's just, I mean, once she leaves, she's going to go out there and live her best life. I believe that she's going to eventually dishonor the marriage because she's not going out there to be abstinent or celibate. But I was just asking the question because I know Paul touches on when the unbeliever, you know, leaves. And so I was just asking about, you know, a person that's actually following God and then their spouse decides just up and just leave one day and say, I'm done. You know, what is that person to do? Because technically that person would be bound. If man can't tear it apart, then that person is still bound to his wife, or she'd be still bound to her husband. And I was just asking, I think it's just very, I don't know. I think all of this is very important when we're looking at getting a wife, that we pick the right person, because you don't want to have to suffer these kind of consequences of you marrying somebody for some reason that may not be necessarily godly, and then you're really stuck with that person.
But again, you may think they're godly, and then they may not turn out to be the person you thought they were, or maybe they were a godly person when you married them, and then they developed into something else. Human beings are we're very strange creatures, I tell you. And
ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? But I mean, I guess the point that I'll make in conclusion is that, you know, somebody mentioned law versus grace. And I mean, yes and no. I mean, yes, there is law, there is clear instructions given about marriage and divorce in the Old Testament Mosaic law, but it is still addressed in the New Testament. It still is addressed, and you can consider all of Jesus's teachings to be instructive, to be prescriptive of what a redeemed life looks like, what a life in pursuit of Christ looks like, a sanctified life looks like. Not, and it isn't a complete life because we're still in the flesh, we're still human beings, we're still going to make mistakes. But when it comes to, you know, these issues of marriage and divorce and getting remarried, I think it's safe to say, and some of you in the chat who might be theologians might disagree with this, but I think it's safe to say that this is a tier 2, tier 3 issue. It's not an issue of you know,
salvation.
Right? Like if one gets remarried to someone who if one gets married to a woman who was previously married or what have you, and they're still following and honoring God, and their conscience is clear, is that something that's going to send them to hell? I don't know that the answer to that question is yes. But again, I think it does come down to one of those issues of I guess using the analogy of food sacrificed to idols. For some folks, it is. You know, if you do have those heavy convictions of I shouldn't be doing this, you know, the scriptures say this or that, then for you it is sin. You know, and I don't know. Maybe I'm being heretical in saying that, and I'm just speaking, I guess, from the heart, and the heart is deceitful among all things. But I would venture to say that it is one of those things where, you know, if you are convicted by it, you shouldn't do it. But if your conscience is clear and you have a heart for the Lord, and this person who you're engaged to or courting has a heart for the Lord, and y'all have done things in your past, or you gotten married, you know, to someone who you thought was one person and turned out to be a thing, or what have you. If your conscience is clear, then I don't know that God is going to send you to hell for this thing. But again, that's just my opinion. But again, I will always defer to what the scriptures say.
And Paul talked about it, but Paul said it, you know, this is what he's saying. He specified and said, this is what I'm saying, not the Lord. When he talks about the believer and the unbeliever, you know, someone saying and someone leaving. So Paul specifies it as what he is saying, not necessarily what God is saying. I don't know. It's a very tough. I mean, it's a very tough thing to discuss because most people don't even think. They just go ahead and get remarried or just get a divorce. There's a lot to think about, though, and I think God's goal behind all of this is for us to, I guess, really truly become one flesh. Actually, try to become the best versions of ourselves to stay married. That goes for the man and the woman. I think it's a challenging task, for us to just say we don't want to give up and throw our hands up, because technically most marriages could work if both people gave 100%, that they could work. So the issue with the marriage is not working is one person is saying, I don't have to do this. Any relationship though, business, friendship, one person is saying, I don't have to give, or I'm not willing to give this. And the other person is saying, I'm willing to give that. So I don't know. Maybe the challenge is for us to stay and, work it out.
Yeah. I mean, it's I definitely agree that it's not a salvific, issue, but it is something that it is something that you want to consider. You know what I mean? Like, I think it is definitely there for instruction. Don't go in. This is a serious thing. You know what I mean? Don't go into marriage all willy nilly, because this is serious.
You got to count the cost. You got to count the cost.
I think somebody in the comment, Bright Poseidon, said that they said that the main ideal is for the marriage to not be undone, especially for frivolous reasons.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, I mean, Chad mentioned earlier, law versus grace. This is why you guys know me. We've known each other for a couple of years now. Time is flying, but I always say, hey, when it comes to these issues, I'm not a theologian or a biblical scholar by trade. And so I'm always apt to listen and learn when it comes to these sorts of topics. So I've never kicked the door in of the conversation and like I'm some sort of authority. But I think that like Chad mentioned about the conscience, it's like, hey, I just could not, God, Lord, please, if me walking away from my marriage is something that you did not want me to do, I mean, just, hey, repent and say, this, I couldn't, he was a serial cheater or she was a serial cheater and she was a whatever, abuser or this, and I didn't feel safe in the home. I mean, whatever you felt had driven you out of that particular situation, I mean, I say, hey, go to God and ask for forgiveness if that's not what he instructed you to do. And, by grace, hopefully he forgives, like Chad mentioned, going to the situation, going to the afterlife with a clear conscience, hopefully for your sake and, for everybody else's sake who've done things wrong, that, you won't be sent to that place. I think the whole point of the message is like marriage and the union between two individuals. I mean, it is a man and a woman, not two individuals. Let's be clear. It's extremely, it's so vital and so important, not just for the soul, but just for the flourishing of a society, that it is something not to be taken lightly. And, you owe it to yourself to give it everything you got. Give it everything you got. Not, I just woke up, I hate when you hear people say these cliches like, well, we drifted apart. I always like, what the hell does that mean? I just woke up and I just felt, we were just two different people and we ain't drifting no dang on well. That ain't happening. You know what I mean? So
I told Antonio, if you drifting, I'm drifting with you. We gonna be drifting together. Look.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like Chad said,
and I thought about it too. I was like, imagine if, let's say, I leave a relationship and I know my wife or my ex-wife, whatever, that she can't get married again and she's stuck. Like, I would feel horrible, like, just to be out there, living my best life, and she can't do nothing, but just, I don't know. I feel like God's trying to set it up so that we really try to, exhaust all resources before we even think about separating. Like, honestly, like, a lot of soul searching, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of understanding, a lot of see what's nice, because I would just feel horrible knowing my wife could never be with somebody ever again, and I was out here,
And there's a lot of, I'm just reading through the chat, and there's a lot of a lot of good commentary, a lot of good substantive comments, people with differing views and opinions, a lot of different scriptures being referenced. And so, as you can see, I'm sorry if I opened up this can of worms. It's supposed to be a freestyle night, and it's like, no, we're talking about divorce tonight and what the Bible says about divorce. I've kind of made that the topic, so I apologize. So it's just, yeah, man, there's a lot of good, good opinion. I mean, worthy opinion in the comment section. So this is interesting.
This is cutting through the culture. It's an uncensored show. Yeah. And we try to cut through and try to have these hard conversations. And so, I mean, I don't think we should shy away from it. I think we should go there. And we did. We've exhausted it. And, the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, we know that the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom and the beginning of true knowledge. And those who fear God are the sheep. Those who do not fear God are the goats. And as we read in the scripture, a time will come when Christ will come and separate the sheep from the goats. Those who adhered to and clung to and loved and desired his word and what thus saith the Lord on any given topic. And those of us who disregard his word, those of us who hate his word, or who try to finagle our way of out of being obedient to his word. And so when God says, I hate divorce, that's not something you dismiss. That's not something that you just look at willy-nilly. That's something that you should take to heart, quite frankly, because you don't want to grieve the heart of God, right? And so, I mean, my wife and I, our marriage hasn't been perfect by any stretch of the imagination. We've been married for going on 13 years now. And, we had to go through marriage counseling and all that. And it's interesting, I guess, to take it back to that clip that we watched, where the lady made it clear that she was in pursuit of desires outside of the home, outside of marriage, outside of family. One of the marriage counselors that we were seeing, this was years ago, her and I, we believe the scriptures. We believe in God's order of family, God, man, husband, children, or wife, children. We believe that wholeheartedly, and we believe that there's virtue in the woman's role as homemaker, of nurturer of children, as supporter of husband, as helpmate. There's virtue in that. And we were expressing that to this marriage counselor that we were seeing. He was a black man. So that should tell you everything you need to know. And his response was, well, he was basically trying to push my wife to, like, no, go seek things outside of the home, and you're not just a wife, you're not just this, you should be doing something better.
Flag on the play.
He got what he paid for. That's what he get. That's what you get. You shouldn't have went to no black therapist. That's what he get. He got a great value therapy session. Go out there and live your best life.
But again, so my point in saying that is, when I was talking about this being a spiritual thing, and the fact that our culture is one that is pushing this kind of Aleister Crowley-esque do without wilt ideology, it doesn't only exist in entertainment and media. It exists in therapy. It exists in many churches. It exists everywhere you look. We as a culture are not enamored. We are inundated by this narrative, by this ideology, by this teaching. And so, we really do have to guard our hearts, because everything is pointing us away from God. And that just is what it is. So yeah.
Two things I want to say before we move on, if nobody else has anything. So on the feminist thing, you're talking about the occult, and you brought up Alice.
Are you changing the subject, Quisha?
No, not yet. I want to say
because before you do, I want to read the supers before we transition. But go ahead.
Okay. The feminist movement came from like witches, and it started from the occult. I've been reading a little more about this recently because I just heard just a bit more in depth, long history about these first women who started this, this feminist kind of thing and bringing it over to America, or to the West rather. And they were legitimate witches. It says this is JSTOR, that it's the nonprofit library. And I just looked up the history of feminism. It's, oh God, I lost the thing I wanted to read to you guys. It says the history of feminism tends to be written as a secular movement, one indifferent at best to the spiritual side of life, if not actively hostile. And while that might be true on some individual figures, most of feminist history has emerged from and alongside esoteric developments like spiritualism, theosophy, and paganism. This history is mostly the result of the fact that the development of a feminist consciousness required the interrogation and breaking free from monotheistic Abrahamic religions, which use religious doctrines to justify the political and cultural subjugation of women. Anyway, it goes on to say, but yeah, it talks about how closely tied these witches were to the occult and their feminist movement. The other thing that I wanted to say, I believe the reason why God hates divorce so much is because when you divorce, it's not just the marriage breaking apart, but trying to manage two separate homes. Children are involved many times, and what that does to the children and all of the other problems that can come from that separation, that divorce. So it's, Miles Monroe said it like this. He was like, in some ways, death is easier because you never have to see the person again, and you never have to deal with, any of the things. But when you're divorced, it's, there's still there is much more to be, it's not just a divorce, you're never actually without the person in a sense. And, it can make things difficult. This is something that Antonio and I, we definitely talked about in marriage counseling or premarital counseling. And, it's a real thing when you are divorced and you have an ex-wife, an ex-husband, all of these kinds of things. So it's difficult. So I think that is it is another reason why God really hates it, because it's never really, it just can bring in more problems. So
all of leftism is, feminism just being a strand of it. Yeah, it all has its roots in theosophy, French, German theosophy. It all began during the dawn of the Renaissance, actually. And what a lot of these leading theosophists did it was common then for them to be referred to as theologians, but a more apt description of them would be theosophists. And they took a lot of these esoteric, Gnostic, and in some cases just purely satanic ideas, and they simply sort of politicized them and turned them into social movements. And feminism just being one particular strand of that. So, yeah.
Right. So it really is
into the detail. That's a totally different conversation, I guess.
But yeah, I guess bring everything back full circle. Chuck and Quisha. That brings everything back to like, all of it is deeply spiritual, because these are movements, whether they be social justice movements, whether they be a lot of these policies and laws that come out of social justice movements, feminism, LGBT, which, Chuck, this full well, started as gay liberation. When it comes to civil rights and all the rest of it, all of these quote unquote movements that has turned into or translated into laws which now govern the land and which is now reshaping society to accommodate this spirit of self-indulgence that we see moving away from family formation to now accommodating the so-called needs and desires and aspirations of those who have self-indulgence at the forefront of everything they do. Again, it comes back to spirituality. My son and I, he went, my oldest son, he went out with me to the grocery store today. I was buying some food, and he asked me all these questions about various things. And right now he's wanting me, he's really into wanting to because he's 11 years old, but he's wanting to learn about making beats and making music, because he's been really into music since he's been 2 or 3 years old. But he's wanting to save up his money and buy some equipment to start making music. And one of the songs that he's been playing on repeat is the song Old Town Road by Billy Ray Cyrus and Nas X, right? But he doesn't have access to Nas X's full catalog of music. And so he was asking me what I think about that song. And I said, well, son, when you listen to that song, I don't particularly care for it. I guess for many people, they will see it as harmless. But the reality of it is, when you listen to more and more of, you're not going to under my roof, but when you become, older and you start listening to more of these artists and you start listening to their whole catalog, you'll see that their music is satanic. It is demonic. It is hostile to the word of God. And I asked him, what is the chief end of man? Because he knows the Westminster Catechism, and he says to glorify God and to enjoy him forever. And I said, you're wanting to get this music equipment. You're wanting to be able to make your own music and express yourself artistically, but keep that in mind. In all things you do it to the glory of God, because everything is trying to pull you away from him. Everything is setting itself against him and is trying to bring you along with it. It's okay to enjoy Old Time Road or whatever. It's a catchy song. However, you won't listen to any more of his music under my roof. There's a lot of music that I won't allow you to listen to, because it is my job as your dad, as your father, to guard you against these things that wish to steal you away from the faith. And so it's my job to teach you about the glory of God, to teach you about the joy of following Christ, to exemplify the joy of following Christ, and to teach you the doctrine, to teach you the faith that you might make the faith your own. But really, your relationship with God will be tested daily. It will be tested daily by all manner of things that wish to entice you to rebel against him. And so he's a really good artist. He can draw really well. I've heard him make some beats just with GarageBand on our home computer, and he does have a raw talent. But I said, look, as you get into this, if you make a product artistically that people like and people enjoy, it's going to draw a crowd. And when that draw a crowd, and when you call yourself getting some degree of popularity and fame or what have you, that is an intoxicating effect, and you will be tempted to really dig into this idea that I am a god. You might not say it, but you will express it with your actions. But if the chief end of man is to glorify God and worship him and enjoy him forever, you have to make sure that in everything that you do it to the glory of God. And I don't know why I'm saying that. I don't know what triggered me to bring that up, but I guess it's what you were saying, Quisha, of how feminism started with witches and all these things, like all these things that are meant, like most people don't know that feminism was started by witches, right? Most people don't know that. They are unaware of the satanic, demonic, occultist foundation of many of these social justice movements. People are unaware of what Chuck talks about with regard to the atheistic and outright satanic foundations of communism. People are unaware of it. All they know is the rhetoric that you see on the surface level is enticing, and therefore I want that. I want from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. I want to, for private property to not be a thing, so that way I can have access to, unfettered access to housing and food and this, that, and a third. Like, people want their instant gratifications met, and they are completely unaware of the foundations of these ideologies and of these beliefs, which are hostile to the word of God. And so, anyway, I'm all over the place. Anyway, let's try to get to some of these supers before we move on. Let's see here.
I just want to say my oldest daughter, like, I could tell when I started to know that she could sing, I started to pray. I prayed that she did not want to be in the music industry. I really did. And she doesn't. Praise the Lord. So, so we'll be in prayer with you, Chad.
That's your job, Quisha, as her mother, to because if you don't have those and think about the number of parents who have talented children and don't have those conversations, and don't have that conviction to pray, don't have that conviction to fall on your face and to seek God, to help protect my child and help God stay at the forefront of, let your face be the only thing they see in their pursuit of this talent or whatever. I'm still moved to this very day by what Chuck said in terms of, like, praying a simple prayer, help me grow to see my son become a man, right? And I'm sure he's not just talking about a man who has the ability to care for his family and to not be a complainer and a beggar. I'm sure what Chuck is referring to is a man of God, right? And I'm moved by that, because that's also me, right? I want for my children to, and this is why we teach them a classical education too, in part, because we want to teach them about the good, the true, the beautiful, right? We want to teach them about the structure and the harmony of God's word. Once you've established that, go be creative. God created you. God created you with the ability to be creative. That's why he gave you a mind. That's why he gave you limbs to be creative, to create, to produce, to build, and to, God gave you that ability to express yourself artistically. Don't shy away from that. But when you do it in a manly way that pays, that honors God. That's what I want for my children. But far too many of us, we see that our children have a talent and we exploit it in a worldly and a demonic way, and that's very problematic. Even a lot of us in the church, right? Because we want our children to be made much of, rather than God being made much of in the person of our children.
Yeah.
You all, I know we want to get to the supers, but just talking about artists, and I won't go back because Quisha mentioned the occult, and I added a bit on to it as well. But the whole nature of it, as far as artistry and creativity, remember those who were getting into the sort of Oriental philosophies and ideas in the West, they sort of tied the idea that each individual could see into these kind of transcendental ideas, say like a God, vis-a-vis their own creative instincts. And what they linked to that was the spirit of Eros. So even when you fast forward to the 20th century, you have men like Herbert Marcuse with Eros and Civilization. This is why cultural Marxism took on this psychoanalytic character to kind of play into sex. And this is why we are where we are today, is because, they understood that they could, manipulate human beings through their sexual instincts. And of course, again, this kind of thing was linked to creativity and art and sex. It was all kind of wrapped up into one thing. But I don't know if are you all familiar with the rock and roll legend singer Patti Smith? I only remember her for her song Horses. I think her debut album was titled Horses, but she literally had a song called Horses. She was a part of the whole punk rock scene in the music industry during the 1970s. And just speaking of what you all are talking about as far as artists and having a what I characterized as a high creative IQ. Patti Smith is remembered one of the things that she used to remember before was this controversial moment. I think during an interview during the mid 70s, at some point, I forgot what year it was exactly, but she came up with this concept of the nigger of the universe. She called herself a nigger of the universe, and she was a white woman. And it reminds me of something Blanche always talks about when Blanche talks about how, you know, they want the world to become black. And here's what I just want to read you guys this quote real quick. It's short, but here's what Patti Smith said during this interview in 1973, 74, somewhere around there. She says, this is what freedom means to her. She says, and pardon me because there's one curse word in this quote, so I apologize. She says that freedom is inside of me. It means that I am not hung up with like anybody's idea of who I should be, you know? I'm outside of society. I am an artist. Rock and roll is my art. I am a nigger of the universe. And I'm free because I can leap up and scream. I can put my fist in the air. And I just don't give a shit. That's what she said. So there's Patti Smith. This is the 70s now. She says it because, you know, to be black was to be this outcast. You know, the black man or the black person had become the archetypal, you know, change agent, the revolutionary, right? And so she sort of identified with that as an artist. She was outside the bounds of conformity, right? And this, to her, in her mind, she had to be that way so that she could be creative, the nigger of the universe. So.
I guess that's like above my pay grade because I'm not like I don't.
It coincides with everything we were talking about.
She even had a song. She even had a song called "Rock and Roll Nigger."
Yep. Y'all don't know who Patti Smith is. Patti Smith is a legend in rock and roll, man. I mean, I think she's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She is a legend in on that scene. Yeah.
That is interesting.
Well, so it looks like here. I mean, I don't know who made this diagram, but it looks like whoever made it said that she was influenced by John Coltrane,
wow,
Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, Joan Baez, and that she would go on to influence REM, Lord, The Smiths, Garbage, PJ Harvey, and Sonic Youth, amongst others. So I guess she is kind of a legend, but she is also very obscure because, I mean, unless you're not, unless you're a nerd like Chuck, or you're just super into music, you probably wouldn't know who she is. So, I use the word nerd as a term of endearment. Though.
You're a nerd too. It's okay.
Go ahead, Blanche.
Oh, I thought you was gonna read this. Oh, read them. The first super sticker. God bless the chat. Chuck, Chad, Quisha, Blanche. Jesus loves you. Thank you so much. SPR Smoke. Best wishes.
Super Smoke.
What is it? What is it?
Super Smoke.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Super Smoke. Thank you so much.
That sounds like a black superhero.
Right. Super Smoke.
Super Smoke.
Around fighting everybody.
By the way, for those of you who aren't aware, smoke is a slang term for black folks. Smokes, spooks, coons.
Oh yes.
So yeah, if somebody calls you a smoke,
it's a common nickname in the hood, though. It's a common nickname in the hood. All the dark skin.
Yeah, somebody in my hood named Smokey.
They smoke. Yep. I know a few smokes, and they all dark skin. What up, Smoke?
Yep.
Spook. I like the one spook. I like that one.
Really, real wives do things out of love, not just duty. Thank you, really.
That's true.
Willie Doc, a great conversation.
Do you think Blanche? I guess going back to that real wives do things out of love. Do you think that I guess modern Western civilization women operate with love?
I think women operate better with honor and respect more than love. I think that
Well, it's not a question so much of whether they operate better, but I guess what would you say is the leading motivation for modern women right now?
self-gratification. Again, like I said, competing with a man, so, and then competing with the next woman. Most of these women, they do things for the aesthetics of it. You know, you think about years ago, somebody staying married to somebody 50 and 60 years, those days are probably gone now. You know, doing it because she respected the man and honored the man. Even you know, when guys were doing their dirt or whatever, the woman still respected him, and she wasn't going to dishonor him by divorcing him and leaving and all that kind of stuff. Not saying it was right, but these modern women aren't really built like that. Not in America, not in these Western worlds. Maybe in these other countries, when you have a tiger outside of the front door. But if it's, you know, in a modern society with convenience and luxuries and all these, no. So the motivation, I would say, is self-gratification, self-indulgence, narcissism, competition. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Do you second that, Quisha?
Yeah, especially the self-gratification. I think most of the time when you hear women leaving their marriage, it's always like it's always about themselves. If it, you know, if it's not like a serious issue, which most of the time it isn't, it tends to be about I had to find myself, or it's about them. It's never really about the family, or it's the self. I mean, and that's how you know it comes from Satan. Like, it's not like it's I. It's not. It has nothing to do with them trying to do anything positive. I mean, what else can you say? You are a part. You are in a relationship, a marriage, and then you're separating yourself from that. It has to be the focus on you. Like the focus is like, I'm not happy. I'm not this. I'm not that. And I'm not. Look, yeah, I agree. Self-indulgence.
Yeah. So, Quisha, did you ever finish reading? I know you had showed us your copy when I had made reference to it. Did you ever finish reading C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity? Did you ever finish it?
I have not. Not.
Have you ever get to the chapter on marriage? I mean, I know there's a lot to be said about it, and you'd never run out of sources and incredible people who have good things to say about it from a Christian perspective. But for me, I mean, C.S. Lewis and the way he explained what a Christian marriage is, I mean, that did it for me. That's why I am the man that I am in my marriage, is because of the teachings of C.S. Lewis. So it's a good book to read. So you got homework before you walk down the aisle. That's your homework assignment. Finish read, or at least go to that chapter and just read that chapter at least.
For sure.
Willie Doc, great conversation tonight. Does anyone know why such a fascination with Dr. Sebi? God bless you all.
Blanche, you want to take that question, or you just?
Yeah, I mean,
I got an idea.
Black people love Dr. Sebi because they believe he was a cheat code. Dr. Sebi said he can cure you of all these things. All you got to do is drink some apple cider vinegar, eat some kale. And again, nobody wants to do the work. So Dr. Sebi comes along and says, just do this and you're going to be healthy as ever. You're going to be cured from everything. It's all cap. Listen, your lifestyle has to be healthy. So that means it's not just a one thing you do. It's an everyday thing, and not just what you eat, but actually what you even consume mentally, spiritually. Like, all of that stuff matters. So you can't just eat healthy and be decadent, because you're gonna end up in the same boat. But Dr. Sebi is just the living cheat code.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he epitomizes. I mean, he's one of your Black consciousness community icons, like Blanche just said, he offers you the cheat code, wants to give you it's like you sort of in order to impose, and then I can tell you a ton of things about Dr. Sebi, just to go to the question, but people want to impose some sort of discipline upon themselves. And one of the ways in which a lot of people seek this out is they seek this out through various dietary regimens or certain dietary restrictions and so on. And I'm not sitting up here and saying that just do whatever you want to eat. No, because things that you put in your body has consequences. And I'm not some, dietitian or nutritionist or scientist that knows the ins and alls. And, when it comes to that, knows everything that you need to know when it comes to that. But I think that there's a reason why you do see a lot of there seems to be a correlation between people who have these kind of avant-garde, if you will, dietary ideas. When you look at their politics, most of them, an overwhelming majority of them seem to be, from my point of view, extremely left-wing. And I think there's a reason for that, because it takes on a kind of theological character, if you will. And Dr. Sebi, I think, sort of epitomizes that. This man sat up there and said, I heard him one time say that when he met Michael Jackson's son or whatever, did you all see the moment? And then Dr. Sebi said a lot of crazy things, but he said that he gave Michael Jackson's son some kind of pepper, because I guess Michael Jackson's son was either diagnosed with a tumor, believed he had a tumor, and he put some kind of pepper, something by his nose, some magical potion by his nose, and he literally sneezed, and the tumor came through his nose, and boop, there it is. Tumor was on the floor, just popped out. He just sneezed out the tumor, and Michael Jackson's son didn't have cancer no more because Dr. Sebi fixed him. He boop, sneezed out the tumor, and there it was. So yeah, just another quack. It's another quack. Again, maybe I shouldn't say that, because I'm not saying everything he said was wrong. But again, at the end of the day, he died like the rest of us.
Nadish, Amor, tough topics tonight. Thank you for the super sticker. Will Doc, albums you had that you hear from your parents. I didn't have to hide any albums from my parents. My mom.
I didn't either.
My mom had all the.
Yeah.
So.
I ain't even try my parents like that, because I wasn't finna do it. Yeah.
I grew up in a generation where parents weren't really involved like that, where they weren't checking for who you were hanging out with, what music you were listening to. And it wasn't just unique to my family. It was actually very prevalent in all of my peers as well. I grew up a 90s kid. I was born in 1990 and came of age in the early 2000s. And it was I guess your guys' generation too. I mean, the three other co-panelists up here are all Generation X. And I guess y'all's generation. Okay.
No, Quisha, well, you ain't you? Nah, you probably old.
Well, you're kind of the in between. You're the in betweener, X and millennial. But your guys' generation, I guess, is the latchkey generation, right? The generation where both mom and dad are both working, and so you're kind of left to your own devices. And the same is true of my generation. I guess we were the last of that before my generation of parenting is more kind of the super involved. The kids don't stay out as late as they used to. The kids, you know what I mean? So we're more curious as to what it is they're listening to, who it is they're hanging out with, such and so forth. I would have a heart attack if my kids were doing what I was doing back in the day.
Yeah, me too, man. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm like the helicopter dad. I ain't that bad. My wife is worse, but yeah, I'm like you, Chad. Goodness gracious. The stuff that I was doing when I was a kid. Oh my goodness. I'm from that generation where, middle of Detroit, little kid. Hey, that I'm from that generation where your mama send you to the corner store for her cigarettes. You know what I mean? And you walk up the street, take the money, go to the store, get her cigarettes, and come on back home. You know, that's my era. I'm from the era where, you know, I'm a little kid, you know, small, sitting up in the front seat, you know what I mean, with no seatbelt on, in the old rusty Granada, back when, you know, y'all remember when the front seat was like a whole bench. You know, it wasn't no climbing through the knob. I'm in the front seat. I'm from the era where, you know what I'm saying, smoke, you know, where restaurants still had a smoking section. Remember, you used to go in, table for 3. Would you like that, smoking or non-smoking? You know, I'm literally old enough where I can say I'm from the era where things that happened then don't exist anymore. So the stuff that I was listening to, I mean, when certain CDs or tapes would come out, I would ask my mom to go buy them for me on her way home from work. Like, yeah, Ma, the new such and such just came out, you know, go and get it. She would bring it home, and hey, you know, she did the best she could, but I shouldn't have been listening to that stuff. I really shouldn't have. But there was nothing that I had to hide. I remember one time, because, you know, I knew Eddie Murphy as just Eddie Murphy, right? You know, I didn't know, and I remember I didn't know at the time what Eddie Murphy Raw. I didn't know what it was. I was like, Eddie Murphy, what is that? I didn't know it was a stand-up special. I just thought, you know, it's Eddie Murphy. So if his name is on, I'm gonna watch it. It's Eddie Murphy. And I do remember my mom told me I couldn't watch Eddie Murphy Raw, and I didn't understand why. But of course I understood eventually. And it's funny than a mug too. Well, yeah, I couldn't watch it.
Yeah, I got to pretty much, you know, watch everything. I remember watching Scarface in the movie theater as a child, and so my mom didn't.
What?
Yeah, my mom didn't music, NWA, Too Short. My mom had listen. Her only stipulation, she was just like, I'm gonna let you listen to it with me, you know. So I'll be in the house, and then
was that not awkward for her though? I mean, I mean, if I'm because I rarely ever listen to like the radio with like the kids in the car. I don't listen to the radio by myself. But my wife, she goes and she runs like 5 or 6 miles every morning, and she listens to the radio sometimes. So if I'm in the car and I get in after her, and there's a song playing and it says something suggestive, I'm instantly like, ooh, like, yeah, no, we're not gonna listen to that, and completely turn it. I can't imagine listening to a whole Eddie Murphy Raw with my son in the car like that. That will.
I sit down and watch it. I watch Eddie Murphy Raw with my family. Everybody's watching it. Like, I don't know, man. I think, like, I'm gonna just say this, like in the 80s, because I was in the 90s, I was like 12 and then on in the 90s. But I would say in the 80s, there wasn't, to me, there was more parenting, so that it wasn't seen as a threat if your child listened to this kind of stuff or watched this kind of stuff, because there was still some rules intact. Like, you know, you wasn't about to watch Eddie Murphy Raw and then talk to your mom crazy. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't about to indulge in this stuff and get crazy. So it wasn't an issue to watch all the movies. It wasn't an issue to watch, listen to all the music. None of it was a problem. I mean, it just wasn't. I mean, granted, hold on, this is hindsight 2020 is a problem, but I'm saying when I was growing up, it was not, you know, you just listen to the music, you watch the movies. It wasn't, yeah.
So I grew up, so y'all know I grew up like I'm half Southern, half Northern. So growing up for me, I remember when
From DC? I'm just messing with you. From Connecticut, right?
Right. No,
because it's funny because DC isn't considered the South anymore, but it used to be considered South. But go ahead.
No, I'm from like Florida. You know, grew up in Florida, then moved to Connecticut. But I remember my parents watching Harlem Nights, and I remember being sent out of the living room and hearing them like, and being just like, what? I wanted to know so
what
bad.
They talking about?
It's so funny. And but no, my mom did not play that. Like, she was, if she saw us, if we had a new eraser that she knew she didn't buy. She was like, where did that come from? Who gave you this? What? No, we went on a full interrogation because and she was like, and give it back to him when you get back to school. You know,
now, my mom was like
did
that
not
too.
play
Yeah.
that. We did not. I really there wasn't really like since it wasn't the city when I lived in Lake City. It wasn't. I know it's Lake City, but it wasn't the city. It was very rural, so it wasn't like we could just walk up to the corner store or anything like that. Like that wasn't happening. So it was family, like it was all family around, and a lot of them were older too. So yeah, we wasn't. I had a very good upbringing, honestly. Like even though my mom is like a super lefty, I still had a very Christian ideas and ideology. You know, we went to Sunday school. We went to church on Sundays. Even if my mom didn't go to church, the church van was coming to pick you up. So you still got to get ready. Don't even think you not. You know, we had Easter speeches. We had, you know, I grew up. That's how I grew up. And so, yeah, I think I told y'all how my older sister, they were listening to Two Live Crew, and they were like, "Go ask mom what master," you know that word. And so, and I was like, "What is it?" You know, so I went and asked her, and she, you know,
right in that mouth.
Okay, well, because I was put up to it, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, no, my parents, they wasn't playing that. I was more afraid. I remember somebody. When we moved to Connecticut, you know, Connecticut was it was like a culture shock because they had a smoking area in the high school. And I remember a kid, he was like, oh, yeah, it was wild. And I remember this kid was like, oh, come on, Quisha. You like, come smoke with me in the smoking area. I was like, my mother will smell the smoke from wherever she's at and come and snatch me up. You're crazy. Like, come and smoke with you in the smoking. You crazy. You trying to get me killed. You are not my friend. So totally, yeah, it was, yeah.
Did you guys? This was a thing back in Detroit. Like maybe it's different in different regions or different cities. I know urban culture can be different, but it can. There the lines. There's crossover, but every city sort of has their own kind of style and sound and trends and things like that. But when I was younger, so we had this type of house music, right? You know, we used to call it mix. We used to call it mix music in Detroit, and it was made for you to like dance to, kind of like urban techno. And it would be like audio. There would be a vocal component to it, but it would just be like repetitive, and it'd say the same thing over and over and over again. So like it would be certain things, and it'd be some of the most sexually like this explicit type of music, you know what I'm saying? Like like it was this one, I don't know if you heard it, and it's like a chant, and they be like, let's run Bustos with you and all your friends. You ain't never heard that song before? I know you like a lots of men, so act like it then. Let's run Bustos with you and all your friends. They got like a beat to it, and people would actually like dance to it. You know what I mean? And it's a whole lot of, man. I could go on and on. If you from Detroit, like, you know what I'm talking about. And I remember we was listening to this mixed music, this techno we was young little kids. My boy, he had an older sister, and we listened to this music, and she came in. I mean, and we were kind of taken aback because it was funny because we didn't even realize that what we were listening to. I mean, we understood, but we kind of didn't understand. It's sort of like when you watch those films back in the day, and you may have kind of laughed or chuckled, almost like when you're in an environment and there are other people laughing, it kind of has a tendency to rub off on you, kind of like that contagious laughter, but you don't really get the joke. You know, when you grow up and you watch some of those older movies that you watched back in the, you know, when I was younger in the 80s and 90s, and now it makes sense. It hits different because it's like, oh, I get it now. It's funny. I was watching it back then, and I didn't even understand what the heck I was really listening to, what I was really watching. but you understand it like as you get older. So that's the kind of stuff we had in Detroit, man. You know, as far as our hip hop, our club scene and stuff like that. Just some of the most sexual. Just I mean, it got wild. You know, it got crazy. And it reminds me, did you all see that clip of Charleston White? He was on some show, some podcast, and he talked about how men and how he said that as a young boy, as a child himself, he participated, the way he describes it, in sexual assaults, right? And he explained how and why this was the case, and how the atmosphere and the culture surrounding sex between boys and girls, particularly the way young boys have this perverted and distorted view of sexual relationships because of the messaging that they hear in the songs. Now, I'm not trying to overly simplify it and say that there aren't other factors in play, but I can say from firsthand experience as a young child coming up, and when you start to develop a kind of physical attraction, you know, to the opposite sex, to where you can really understand, and a young girl becomes like the object of your affection. And at the same time, you know, you're being told by Snoop Dogg, for example, like G's up, hoes down, you know, we don't love them hoes, or, you know, ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. It's like, well, that thing that is the object of your affection also becomes sort of like the object of your disdain, because in a sense, it's like getting you off your square. It's a very confusing feeling because you don't know how you're supposed to feel, because at the same time you like this girl, but if you like her, right, it's like somehow you're less than. You certainly aren't a G, according to Snoop. Mind you, Snoop been married to the same woman for almost 50 freaking years, but let's set that aside for a second, right? Not to say that the marriage has been all roses and strawberries. I have no idea. But it is a very, very confusing time because you don't really know how to relate. I could say as a young man, it does kind of put you on this path where it takes you a bit of time to kind of shake out of it, to really mature and wake up and wise up and see exactly what's going on. Because you are, in many respects, made to believe that somehow the woman is really like beneath you, not in like a biblical way, right? But in like as far as dignity and so on and so forth. And you're not supposed to love her. You're not supposed to care about her. You're not supposed to cherish her, and on and on and on. Because you know, that's not what a real man does, you know, and that's what happens when you're listening to that kind of stuff. It's very confusing because you don't really know how to relate to the opposite sex, not in a way that's really healthy. It's confusing. It really is.
Do you guys think that that's why fathers are so important? Because because you know, men know their sons, and y'all kind of be knowing what your son is thinking before he even says it, because you remember growing up. And so I think, well, this is a question. Do you think that that's part of the reason why fathers are so important? Because when your sons are going through this phase and they're met with some outside culture, you know, you can help to combat that. You know, and you can steer them back in the right direction. No, son, we're not going to let Snoop be the leader of, you know, how you treat a woman.
Yeah, it's crazy because I remember my dad wasn't around like that. So all of my thought, you know, learning about women came from dudes in the park, you know, all the OGs. And so you talk to them and they tell you about, you know, this going to happen. I'll never forget one time it was me and my friend Cecil, and they were like, listen, one day y'all gonna meet a girl and y'all gonna fall in love and y'all gonna be sick. Y'all gonna break up, you're gonna be sick, you're gonna be sitting there, you're not gonna want to eat, you're not gonna want to sleep. And we was like, man, you crazy, that ain't gonna never happen. Like, we telling them like it's impossible. Man, listen, when I got to college for that thing, listen, that thing hit me, and I'm talking about, I made a mixtape. It was 120 minutes, and there was 2 songs on it, back to back to back, and it was good. It was I Don't Want to Wait in Vain for Your Love by Bob Marley. It was DMX, How's It Going Down? So it was those 2 songs for 120 minutes. Listen, I heard my roommate, listen, my teammate Vince, he was like, he knocked on the door, he was like, man, what's wrong with you? You all right, man? Listen.
No, man, I ain't.
I was on the ground wrapped up in a comforter. I'm not lying. I was on the ground wrapped up in a comforter, and he couldn't see me. He was talking to me, but he couldn't see me. And he was like, man, you all right? I'm like, nah, man, I ain't all right. Listen. He said, you keep playing the same 2 songs over and over again. Listen, had it blasted. But it's funny that what those older guys told me though, you know, about life and about women, it was actually true. I think the problem is that you're getting the information from guys that are whoremongers and womanizers. So the message isn't the same as if my father would have gave it to me, you know, being married to my mother and telling me, okay, this is what happens, you know, this, that, and the third. And so I think, like Chuck said, it kind of perverts your understanding of relationships and women. Where I grew up, it was all about being a Mac, being a player, very big pimp culture. So that was, you know, you being a Mac was that was just the epitome of, you know, you having all these girls. And so when you get older, you realize how much the culture really does not prepare you for marriage. It actually prepares you to not be married. And it actually prepares you to be a degenerate, because not only do you learn how to be a womanizer, but y'all don't know how to be a manipulator. You also learn how to lie, cheat. You learn a lot of stuff with just being, you know, that. So I don't know. I just think that what they said was true, but the way it was delivered, man, it should have came from my father.
Yeah, nah, bless you. That's right, bro. I've been there too. You know, I've been there too. I've been through the same thing, but it's a rite of passage for a man. It really is. You got to get your heart broke, maybe at least once. Perhaps it's a rite of passage. But I think a lot of stuff that we're talking about, even going back to what we're talking about when it comes to divorce, I think that fear, that sense of lack, is really what motivates or keeps people away from making that ultimate sacrifice, that ultimate commitment. Because it takes someone who's tough, someone who has grit and fortitude, who can. I mean, marriage is not for the weak. People could say, well, you know, you're lame, or you know, like you're taking it easy. No, like this is for adults. This is the big leagues. Marriage life is the big leagues. It's not for the weak or for the faint of heart. It really isn't. But just one more point. I just to go back to that Charleston White interview, and I can speak for this because I know men who have done this. I myself, you know, of course, they say, well, Chuck, you trying to say it wasn't you? No, it wasn't me. I never did anything like this, because in all honesty, this was it never attracted me. I didn't find it sexual. I didn't find it gratifying, but it was like a conquering type of deal for a group of boys to have to, as we would say, you know, run a train, as they call it, on a woman. And what Charleston White described in that podcast or radio show, whatever it was that he was on, was the exact thing that I remember guys doing when I was in high school and junior high. And, you know, and again, here's how they used to do it. And here's how friends that I know to this day used to do it. You take an unsuspecting woman, right? And she agrees to have sexual intercourse with just that one guy, right? And she comes into the situation thinking that it's just that one guy, right? This was the play. Now, okay, I'm gonna get her going. I'm gonna get her all right, riled up, ready. We going at it. We doing our thing. And then at a certain point, there was either a signal or a timestamp, whatever it was. And then whilst the deed was being done, someone else would enter into the room, or, you know, another guy would come in. And the idea was that, well, once she gets put in that situation, she's so embarrassed, she's caught off guard. Then the other guy, and I'm going to spare y'all all the gory details and descriptions, but the guy would come in and pretty much essentially kind of impose his will and force himself upon the woman who did not consent to letting the second guy come in. Now, she may not say no. She may have consented to have sex with the one guy. She didn't know his friend was coming. But that was the whole play from the get-go, right? And it was as simple as that. When I start doing my thing with her, then you come in. And so that's how we used to, as they used to call it, run and bust those. And we had songs about it. You know what I mean? We would jig to that, we would dance to, you know. In New York, in Chicago, I think they call it jigging. In Detroit, we call it jitting. And so that was our whole dance. That was our thing. And so Charleston White was explaining, he's like, bro, that was RAPE. That was sexual assault, what we were doing. We may not have called it that, but when you listen to the songs, it ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. And Luther Campbell, oh, we want some. Hey, I mean, that, you know, that was the mind, that was the attitude. You got a bunch of kids, you know, no fathers, no proper adult supervision, boys in there. I mean, and that's what a lot of guys my age and a lot of my friends, that's what they was doing. Wow. That's what they were doing. And just so imagine trying to find a wife. And so you take this scar mentality, you take that into your adulthood and you recall those images and those memories of the things that you did to women and the way you saw women behave and the way you saw your boy and you 2, 3, or 4 your other boys tag teaming on this one girl. And then this same girl, she'll grow up, she'll go on. And I know plenty of women who done been through her little trials and tribulations, if you know what I mean. And I can see them on social media right now, hooked up with husbands and families and kids. And I'm just thinking to myself, girl, I know so-and-so, but that's okay though. I'm not, you know, I ain't judging because that's great, right? But I'm simply saying that for the guys who don't want to say, you know what? It is what it is. I done did my sins. She may have done hers, but that's over and done with now. I got to do what God told me to do, right? And this is it. For the guys that don't want to step up to that challenge, I think in their minds, they're recalling the things that they did when they were younger, and they don't really see value in the opposite sex the way in which they should, because not just of what the women may have consented to or didn't consent to, but, you know, for the type of things that they facilitated by way of their own conduct. And so they just carry this burden around with them, and they just stay right there. They stay teenage boys.
Arrested Development, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all remember, I think it was a few months back where this documentary or something was coming out about Freaknik? And
Mm-hmm.
people were like, who's going to be on this thing? Like, parents were freaking out. Kids are freaking out that their parents were going to be on this thing. My oldest even asked, she's like, Mom, did you ever? I was like, never been no dog on Freaknik. I ain't worried, ain't looking for the tape, ain't don't even really halfway know, you know, what the whole documentary thing was about. But just as wondering if y'all had heard about it.
They couldn't even.
Yeah, it's out. It's been out. It's been out. The documentary been out. It's on Hulu.
Okay.
They couldn't even show real Freaknik. They can only do just talk about it, but to actually see Freaknik, they couldn't even show if they wanted to. Like it's like a walk-in, a real life. No, they couldn't show it. You would never see actual footage of Freaknik unless somebody got on a camcorder, because it's too.
They did, like, I think that's what. So I saw one story that went viral. It was like, it was covered, but it was like this. It was really graphic, but it was this woman. She was like bending over by a cart, and I can't even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
very graphic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they couldn't. They'll get sued. You can't show somebody having intercourse without their consent. You can't.
And it's crazy.
Like they were the men were. They had their hands on the woman. It wasn't intercourse, but they had their hands on her private areas, and it was.
Listen. My cousin took me and my other cousin we rode around a Freaknik, and I was in the 10th grade, and I'm just saying that what you see out there, somebody gonna get sued. You can't. You just can't. I mean, you couldn't show the actual undocumented girl faces. You couldn't show it. It's just too much.
And it's crazy too, Blanchard, Quisha, Chad, because if you watch, because I actually watched the Freaknik documentary that they came out with. I sat through it once, and I couldn't. I tried to sit back because I was going to really pay closer attention and maybe even take some notes on it to try to really find some points that I couldn't even sit through it a second time. Not because of what Quisha was describing, but of course, every single solitary person providing a retrospective, giving their opinions about, of course, they were all men and women of the left. And this was simply all of this. This was Black culture. And it just amazes me. This is what they consider. This is Black culture. This is Blackness. I even recently just watched, speaking of Hulu, I just recently watched the ESPN 30 for 30 special they did on Michael Vick, because they got the entire ESPN 30 for 30 series on Hulu right now. And I had never seen the one they did. It was a 2-part documentary they did on Michael Vick. And it's amazing to hear people, these so-called cultural critics and Black scholars and Black historians talk about how the majesty and the wonder that is Black culture and Blackness, and the way they try to excuse the misdeeds, and how, talking about Freaknik, how it just devolved into just outright, just complete and utter just mayhem and debauchery, in the way they try to make it seem as though this was some intersectional racial and classist type of discrimination. And they brought up how when they had the Olympics in Atlanta in 1960, and how they finally vowed to clean up the streets and give Atlanta a better image, and this is why they attacked Freaknik. It wasn't because it wasn't safe and this and that, is because of all the white money and all the things that were coming in, because now the world was eyeing in on Atlanta, and you couldn't have these Black kids, these college students and these Black locals at this mass gathering where they would be dancing and just playing around in the streets. This was Atlanta. This was hip hop and Outkast, and Atlanta had taken over because they used to call Atlanta the Motown of the South. And so Freaknik to them was the epitome of Atlanta, the epitome of Black culture. This is Blackness. And to hear them talk about it and the way they describe it, and I'm saying to myself, wow, no wonder Blanche says he ain't Black. This is Blackness to them. It's crazy when you watch the documentary.
They lying about Freaknik. I can tell you that now, firsthand. They telling the boy. I remember even they only talk about how much crime came because of Freaknik, how many stores people got robbed, stores robbed, girls getting R-word, assaults. It wasn't just Black folks having fun in the street. There's a lot of carnage that happened, especially when the cops used to call what they used to get on what they call have a blue flu, where the cops would be on duty, but they wouldn't actually do anything. So you'd be allowed to break every law. They wouldn't do anything.
Yep.
They were just there to make sure nobody died. That was it. If you wasn't about to die, you can have at it.
Yeah, but it didn't work to squeeze, especially when you don't have politicians that'll back you. Yep.
Well, we got some more super chats.
Go back to the super chats. I don't think you were done with the super chats.
I'm gonna just read through them. What do you guys think about the creation of the Black identity? How do you think we went from Negro to Black?
That's a whole episode.
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
but
that is.
I think Blanche touches on. We've all touched on it at some point, but I know specifically Blanche has talked about it. Like it's a name that you've been given. Like, oh, first you were Negro, then you were African American, now you're Black, now you're a colored person, now you're a person of color.
We went from Negro to Black, then we went to African American. I remember Jesse Jackson, he took it upon himself to make the announcement for the whole of us that, at the term African American was more appropriate than just saying that we were Black. But what, from Negro to Black, that pretty much marked the shift. It marked the change in the social justice mindset of the Black activist class, from what they perceived to be a kind of liberalized incrementalism that was epitomized with the efforts of MLK, crossing over in their minds into Black power and Black nationalism. That's when they had to kind of shed the past, so they claimed. And this, marked, we had to abandon this whole idea that we were Negro, and this was kind of like a self identification or this kind of a push for self-agency and self-discovery on behalf of blacks as a whole. At least that's what they claim, right? So
yeah, Negro, we was Negroes under white, and now
yeah,
we liberated under black.
black, yeah,
We free. Yeah, we black now.
So that was Black Power.
96 to life. My prayer is that we focus on getting couples to know their identity in Christ. Being loved by Him helps you not expect your spouse to meet a need they can't. This will help prevent divorce. Amen.
Amen. Amen to that.
Yep. Shelly Day became a YouTuber member. Thank you, Miss Day.
Thank you.
Shelly Day bought a super sticker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Idris Singleton gifted Chad 5 memberships. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Singleton.
Appreciate it.
Alethea, excellent and real discussion tonight by the CTTC panel and the chat. God bless you all. Thank you, Alethea.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we got time to play a clip real quick, Quisha?
Yes. So did you have one in particular? I had one, but if you have one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Said, I don't see color. I said, you better see my color. That's what makes us different, and that's what makes us good. That's what makes us wonderful.
I feel like people took what Dr. King said about people not being judged by the color of their skin and ran with it to say, oh, I don't see color. And it wasn't that Dr. King wanted us to not see each other's color.
It was the denying of their racism.
Right.
And the thing is, once you stop seeing color, you essentially erase a whole group of people.
Right.
And in your mind, you try to homogenize, but in America, when we homogenize, our default culture is white. So in your mind, you've turned everyone white with that statement, and just the implications of that statement go on and on and on.
Even the fact that white is the absence of color. It's like, I don't see color. Well, what does that actually mean?
Right.
Please,
that's good.
God, take the microphone from black people.
Wait, black people.
Black people have too much of an audience. I'm sorry, man. Black people aren't qualified to talk about most things they talk about. They're not, even if they black. You got 2 half-white girls talking. Is that their mom? Who are they talking to? Is that their mother?
I think so. Probably is.
That's crazy.
Like how y'all look, they so beige.
Man, come on, man. Talking about that's what makes us good. No, it doesn't. That's what makes y'all bad.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about that? Like, so we were just talking about marriage, right, and divorce, and we brought in what? We brought in the scriptures because we feel that the scriptures, we know that the scriptures are authoritative to have final arbitration on the subject matter at hand. But it's interesting to see people rely on the sayings of Martin Luther King in the same way that we rely on the saying on the truth of the scriptures. I don't know if y'all picked that up.
Right.
That's
well,
fascinating.
Martin
Luther King didn't actually mean that. Here's what he actually meant. It's like I mean, for all intents and purposes, Martin Luther King is a patron saint of Black religion, in this country. So
yeah, he's Reverend Dr.
Martin.
Yeah, so I mean, like, why go to the scripture when you got the Dr. Reverend? Like, just whatever he said. I mean, forget studying to show thyself approved. We'll need all that. Just what did Martin Luther King say?
I even wrote it down when we played the montage because that clip stood out to me because it talked about how she uses the term homogenize. I don't know if she even knows what that means, but she's pretty much saying that, I guess, when you embrace this kind of traditionalist point of view as far as culture is concerned, in her mind, that equates to whiteness, as someone say, like a Cheryl Harris would say. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a good thing. I mean, because the way in which she terms it, you would think that is meant to intimate some kind of tribalism, but that's not the case, right? To speak of Jesse Jackson, I mentioned him a moment ago. Remember, he was going on and on back then in the 80s, marching with students, talking about, hey, ho, Western Civ has got to go. talking about doing away with the rest of Western civilization. I remember when Dr. Thomas Sowell was on the radio show back in 1993, and he made reference to Jesse Jackson's efforts to get rid of Western civilization in school curricula. And the host asked him, well, she said, well, why is that a problem? Why is that a big deal to you? And he said, you know, and like in only Thomas Sowell fashion, he says, well, it's important because this is where you live. And so if you want to study African culture, first and foremost, it'd be wise to ask yourself if the person who professes to be teaching you African culture is really an expert in African culture. What does that even mean, really? And second of all, there are but so many hours in a day. Why don't you dedicate yourself to learning about the society in which you live, which would be Western civilization? See, they talk about this whole thing of diversity, political correctness, multiculturalism. All of these terms and words are synonyms for the same concept. Because the reality is that we should get to the point where we embrace all that was passed down to us by the so-called, you know, or not so much the so-called, but just the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, because we exist as a result of a long line of development as far as ideas are concerned, as far as institutions are concerned, from art to law to religion and so on and so forth. And so we have to understand that, yes, that is us, that is we, that is who we are. And if you want to embrace or allow room for anything else to grow and to sprout, what you are in fact promoting is that you are promoting revolution. You are promoting change. And the question that I would have for those two young ladies there and what appears to be their mother, is like, well, you have to convince me, because the burden of proof is not on us. It's not on us. The burden of proof is on you to display unequivocally that you are in fact promoting an idea better than the one we have. What are you proposing? What are you suggesting? What is this idea that you're suggesting? You say, well, you know, we need to discredit this because, well, it's white. Well, that's the way it works. You know, you have to get on board with what the mainstream of the society suggests you ought to do, or else no one is keeping you here. But you want to stay here and turn the society inside out from the inside to suit you. It's narcissism of the worst kind. And these people
why not just move to Ghana or Liberia? Why not move to Ghana?
Move to Africa. Yeah. But you know, but right. But instead, you know what I mean, you want to promote multiculturalism here, which of course is a recipe for disaster. There is no cohesion, there is no continuity whatsoever. But this is all a part of your attack plan, because what you are promoting, in fact, is revolution. And that's just the bottom line. You can go anywhere else.
And when they talk about you better see my color, what they know what the term colorblind means, and they don't like it because it means I'm not about to treat you like you special. So what she's saying is, see my color and treat me like I'm better than what I really am. No, I'm not. I'm colorblind. I don't see your color. I'm treating like everybody else. So even what they're saying is disingenuous. It's filled with a whole bunch of foolishness. They want to be worshipped for being black. I'm like, y'all ain't even really black. Y'all are biracial. You're not just black. You're you're half white. You have black. So you can't just, because we got Kamala now, so you can't just deny half of who you are, because y'all didn't change the rules. Because so it ain't no more, because y'all are telling me now, what they're telling me is Blanche, she's black and Indian. That's what we're going with now? Okay, so now everybody's biracial. You got to say you black and white. Obama ain't a black president. He is a biracial president. Y'all girls ain't black. Y'all are biracial. If we're going to play the Kamala game, then I'm giving it to everybody now. Now everybody's biracial.
You can play the game until something else comes up, and then they're going to want to move the goalpost once again. You know, it'll, because it's never built on anything solid. You know, these ideas. It's just so by the whims. That's why you can be black one day and person of color tomorrow, and Negro the next day, and African American, and nobody ever says, "Wait a minute now." Now, I'm tired of switching to all this stuff. Like, nobody ever stops to say, why do we have to keep doing this? Wait a minute.
Because and the thing is, the thing about it is the identification, and it's something we're all born into, right? These cultural establishments have been laid before any of us on this panel were born. And so, unfortunately, our parents who aren't challenging them or who aren't actively teaching us against them kind of buy into some of these ideals of what blackness is and what black culture is and impart them down to us. And then we have to we have to basically come to a crossroads, especially those of us who are born into blackness, but also born with some relic of the Christian faith, have to come to a crossroads of, do these two things, like, do they coincide? Mm-hmm. And most of us say, well, we try to make a way for them to coincide, Christianity and blackness. Yeah. But the fact is they don't coincide. And so you have to come to that crossroads and choose which way you will go, and this is just a fact. And the reality of it is, like, when it comes to what it means to be black, there's a whole kind of unwritten rule. There's a whole unwritten bylaws of what blackness is versus what it is not. And you're told what it is not whenever you step outside of the norm of what blackness is. You're slapped down, you're called a coon, Uncle Tom, you're this, that, and the third. And for most people, those words matter. For most people, they will fall right back into line at the hint of being called such a thing, or at the hint of being suspected to be a race traitor or going against your own race. And this is why, and I shared a reel early this morning, from a conversation that I had with Blanche and Crystal, where she was talking about how cool the Obamas are. And when she said that the Obamas are, like, how did she word it? She said something of the effect of, it's undeniable that they are cool. And when she said that, it struck me as just very foreign and very, like, it was a weird thing to say, because it's like I've been, I guess, awakened to the reality for so long, to where it's like the whole notion of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama being cool or being appealing or resonating just doesn't, I can't relate to that at all.
Me either.
And so what she was trying to say was that, she gets the appeal of the Obamas because look at them, they're jiving and they're this and they're that, and she said, who's going to tell him that the job that he's seeking might be one of those black jobs, and how that's supposed to be a good one-liner. And it's like, no, it's not. It lands flat in my mind.
It's what?
There's nothing cool or appealing about the Obamas as well, or at all, because it's like, to me, like, I know that they are deceivers. I know that they are frauds, and that they are liars, and that they are communists, and that they seek, to Chuck's point, revolution, and that they seek, when Obama talks about hope and change in particular, he's talking about revolution. I mean, am I right, Chuck?
Absolutely.
And so, like, what they want is detrimental for society. Never mind whether it's good for black folks. Like, no, it's detrimental for society at large. There's nothing cool. Like, I detest the Obamas. I don't hate them because I don't hate anybody, but I detest what it is they are doing, and I think what they're doing is very, it's very dangerous. And so, I'm not going to convince myself that what they're doing is cool or what have you. But when it comes to black culture, you are you are made to believe that the Obamas are cool, that the Obamas are whatever. And I can say that definitively because there's a job that my company did a year or so ago. It's at a charter school here in Dallas. And mind you, this is a year ago, so it's 2023. Obama's been out of office since 2016. So this is a predominantly black charter school that we're doing work at. And so I go in to check the work that my guys did. And what do I see in the foyer? Plastered on the wall in a big 8-foot by 10-foot portrait on the wall right there in the foyer is a picture of none other than Barack Hussein Obama in 2023. Right? And so there's an enshrinement to honor the legacy of Barack Hussein Obama in this Black school, in this place of academia, in this place of learning. And many such photos exist all across this country when it comes to Black indwellings. And so the point that I'm making here, folks, is that, there is this kind of unwritten rule, this unwritten bylaw of what Blackness is, what you must think is cool, what you must think is not cool, who you must admire, who you mustn't admire, what you must eat, what you mustn't eat, what words you must use, what you mustn't use, what you must prioritize, what you mustn't prioritize. And unfortunately, for a lot of Black Republicans, they try to have it both ways. They try to wake people up from their slumber, but the slumber that they wish to wake people up from isn't so much this identity with Blackness as much as like, oh, you're voting for the Democrats, and so that's the extent of what it is they're trying to wake you up. Oh, the Democrats are bad for you, the Republicans will do a better job for you. That's the extent of their political activism. But the reality of it is, it's a spiritual warfare that's raging, and it just so happens that you're under the spell of a culture that does not give production, a culture that does not yield any kind of genuine, long-lasting, sustaining benefit, a culture that does not teach you how to be a man or a woman of virtue, a culture that is full of death and decadence and frivolousness. That is Black culture, and I'm going to call it how I see it. And that's basically what I told Crystal, is like, look, there's nothing about me that wants to appeal to Blackness. On the flip side of that, I don't acknowledge the notion of whiteness. I do believe that there is such a thing as decency versus indecency. I do think that there is such a thing as what is morally right per God's standards versus what is immoral, namely anything that rebels or sets itself against God's standard. That doesn't have a color. It's just a matter of fact. And so that's what I promote. That's what I teach. The only reason I even focus on Black culture or the history of Black people in this country is because I understand that Blackness and Black culture and Black people have historically been used as a spearhead for communist revolution in this country. And it still is going on to this very day. And I seek to undo the damage or undo the influence of race as a spearhead by speaking truth as to what actually happened. Right. So to the extent that there are so many people still under that spell and believe that, well, Black people were done dirty in this country, and therefore we must completely rejigger society to accommodate the Blacks. That's the only reason I speak out against this revisionist history, is to say, no, you don't owe Blacks anything, because here's the actual story of what actually happened historically. But other than that, I couldn't care less about whether, what Black folks think, or what, what the desires and sentiments of what Black culture. I don't care about it at all. I don't care who I offend, none of that. But I'm going to speak the truth. You're either listening or you're not. I'm still going to sleep well at night.
Yeah. And it's crazy, Chad. I'm glad you mentioned that too, when it comes to the Republican Party, for example, and just the full thrust of their message is, as you mentioned, it's like, well, go Republican, we'll do it better. Because when you ask a lot of leading Republicans, I mean, they buy into these notions, they buy into the ideas of the civil rights movement. And as I was watching RFK essentially give his early concession speech, and it was reported that Trump and RFK, there was an alliance, and so it made me wonder, what the hell does that mean? What does the word alliance mean in this sense? And then in other times people were describing it as an endorsement. But aside from that, I mean, we could probably do a whole show on that. But I was listening to RFK talk about the Democrat Party and talk about the vision of his uncle and the vision of his father. And I was sitting back and I said that your father, I mean, he's not to blame solely, but much of this began on his watch, and he championed it. What happened to you as a result of the things that your uncle put in motion. When you're talking about the civil rights movement, and unfortunately, like Chad mentioned, until the light is shined on this, until the light is shined on what actually took place I don't think conservatives will ever be in a position, or they will never be in a battle that they can actually win, because they're fighting within a context that's not set out, that's not suited for victory, a victory that is worth having. In fact, we're really sincere when it comes to trying to fix the problem, because this is where all this stuff stems from. It's where it all comes from. This whole idea that when you're talking about property rights, for example, the right to pursue one's own happiness, and how the social contract is legitimized and institutionalized, vis-a-vis the law, right? And how tradition becomes common law and is thus executed and carried out by the institutions that are created by we the people. When you have this idea, or the idea of the left, that being that our entire system was predicated upon race, and so the entire legal apparatus was set up to give legal legitimacy to this very concept of whiteness, as opposed to, say, for example, blackness. This is just simply taking Marxism and repackaging it and turning it into this kind of racial thing. That's why you have to use Chad's term. I think Chad heard me use the term a lot. So to rejigger the system in order to do away, to kind of fix this injustice, then nothing we do will ever work, because we're still sort of buying into this idea that the government has as its duty to sort of fix the problems of people that are long gone, which is something that it is incapable of doing, and that's why you hear these people talking the way they're talking.
I was thinking about this recently, because you do hear a lot of Republicans now coming in like, yes, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, which is not typically what has been said, or what is just agreed upon. And I was thinking, so, I mean, I understand the idea that they are not here to help, like, in general, like that as well. But I feel like there's just been so many things that have gone, that the left has put into law, or has been, I guess, put into law or made normal, where now we either need a law to say you can't do this new thing, or to remove these laws. And we need politicians to do that thing. You know what I mean? So it's such a crazy position to be in, because I know we all know that the government can't come in and just make your life better. But at the same time, like, we have allowed the left to come in and change so many things within the law, that now we actually do need someone who can come in to get rid of these things, that to make it illegal. At least now you will have a way to push back on these things, like as just a regular person in society. And also to sort of, change remove the actual laws, or put in place laws that say, no, you can't do this. And I understand, I get the idea, like, well, that it can be like, I don't have a good example on the top of my head, but I understand the argument as well, that there could be a leftist person that comes in and says, oh no, we're going to just, change the law and make it this. So I get the idea, and I get the problems that could arise. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think like that we do need someone who's sane to say, no, it is illegal to mutilate children? Like,
I think it's too late. I think the problem is that it's just a separation at this point. You're not going to be able, because the premises are all wrong. Everybody accepts the premise that Black people are oppressed. That one premise can spiral every single movement that we see today. So that you have to go in and try to correct this stuff now is not going to work because they're going to demonize anybody that does it. Anybody that says, no, this is not true, this is not true, no, this is actually not. So we got to just separate. To me, there's no, all of this trying to negotiate at the table. You can't negotiate with somebody that want a 9-month abortion. What you going to talk about? So again, I just think that people, like, we're too far down the road to fix this. It has to be a separation. There's no way. There's no way.
I was going to say something similar. And when I say what I'm about to say, then of course they'll accuse me of being divisive or that I'm advocating violence or something like that, right? Gaslighting 101. But the reality is, in my humble opinion, I mean, we are in a war, and we've been in a war for a very, very long time.
I agree.
And we're just not, once we have declared, and I think that with, Trump and all of his imperfections, not talking about his personality, but I'm talking about his policy prescriptions and his attitudes about, the role of government and the role of a president. When you sort of saw Trump just kind of just veer just a little bit outside the lines of the popular paradigm of the day, you saw almost like I don't know if some of y'all ever had infestations, if you know what I mean, in your crib, had roaches or something like that. I done been through some things in my life, but y'all know how it is, right? They say when you flick the lights on and all the roaches go scattering, right? It's like, that's what we saw when it was just like, oh my goodness. I mean, even though we did see similar treatment, we saw from Bush to Gingrich to Reagan. It doesn't matter. Whoever is seen as the most popular or who seems to be like the president or the future of the Republican Party of the day, he's the new Hitler, right? I mean, we see this is what the left does, but I'm saying what I'm trying to say is that if we ever or some, I mean, whatever, I mean, I don't want to say like this proverbial we as in like in an abstract way. It almost has to be something supernatural because the people by and large have to begin believing in the things of the Constitution again, because what the 1964 Civil Rights Act has become, it has become the Constitution. It is the Constitution today.
My God.
That's the problem. And there aren't enough people because let them whatever, it doesn't matter what any one politician or group. No, the people by and large. And I know that there are all sorts of institutions from entertainment to academia and so on and so forth. There's a lot of blame to go around. That's why I said that there has to be something damn near supernatural. Blanchard says that there has to be an outright separation, because if we on our side ever do what it is that we need to do, then you'll really, really see the face of evil. Trump his activities and his unwillingness to toe the line kind of let you peek behind the curtain a little bit if you were unaware of what was really, really going on in this country. But if we really began to push back and give them exactly what they're giving us, then I think, again, then that's when you will come face to face with the realization that, oh my God, I am literally in a war. And I mean that it could literally be, we even talked about this idea of civil war or whatever before. I mean, again, that's probably a separate conversation as well. What would a contemporary civil war even look like? But I mean, these people have sunk their teeth in so deeply, from the bureaucracy to the courts. Even when we do create laws, Quisha, I mean, even a lot of the things that have been done since the 1960s in the name of the Civil Rights Act, civil rights law, isn't even in the law. It was interpreted into the law or inferred retrospectively vis-a-vis the Supreme Court. When it comes to the 1974 Supreme Court in the enactment of the disparate impact doctrine, we all remember what happened. The infamous affirmative action case involving Alan Bakke in 1978. We saw the Weber v. U.S. Steel Workers in 1979. All of this was built on to the idea of the Civil Rights Act and how it was meant to fulfill the dreams of Lyndon B. Johnson vis-a-vis his Howard commencement speech, and I think the year was 1965. And so this is what we're living in. And so if we ever decide to put our foot down, bro,
who's been
it'll
hobbled
be
by
over.
change, freedom from slavery,
and then expect him to run a race.
and expect him to run the race.
Yep. And so if we ever fight back, you're gonna see, and then the wars.
Well, the
really,
Bible does
really
say. The Bible does say to come out from the unbeliever, to separate yourself from them, and it says, "What union does darkness have with light? What communion does the devil have with Christ?" I mean, yes, come out from the unbeliever. And the fact is, it's so interesting when talking about politics because there's an assumption that's at play when talking about politics. The assumption being, if we could only remove the Democrats, if we can only remove the candidates that we don't like and put in the candidates that we do like, all this stuff will work itself out. All this stuff will be better. And it's a very nuanced conversation. And I think we've exhausted this conversation over the course of the last year and a half of this show. I mean, you've heard Quisha, for example, express how it's important that Christians get into the culture and get into the institutions and try to change them from within. Quisha, I hope I'm not butchering, what you've said on this topic in the past. You had myself and Blanche say such things as, come out from them, like separate yourself from them. You had Chuck advocate for civil war and taking up arms, and you're not a man if you don't pick up a gun.
Right.
But the reality of it is, I mean, all of what we're saying is true here. The fact is, like, no, you can't be a friend to the world and a friend to God. You have to choose one or the other. And I feel that what we attempt to do in our own futile way within the political space, and again, hear me, I'm not saying don't vote. I'm not saying retreat. I'm not saying, just throw up your hands. But I think there is an aspect of what we are attempting to do within the political space to try to fix what is broken. But it's akin to trying to plug holes in a canoe that is just riddled with holes all up and down that canoe. This thing is going to sink, and it just is. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. These things are foretold. I owe it to myself, I owe it to my wife, I owe it to my kids, I owe it to their kids to try to maintain some degree of structure and stability in the land in which we live. And it's for that reason that I vote. It's for that reason that I'm politically involved and politically engaged. But I have no delusions about what this will do, what my vote will do ultimately in the long term. I understand that it's finite. I understand that it's fleeting. I understand that this government is not long for this world. And I also understand that, whenever Jesus ascended into heaven, he didn't establish the Republican Party as a force for good in the world. He didn't establish the Reagan administration as a force for good in the world. He didn't, establish all of our, the clubs that we come up with and the parties that we come up with. No, he established the church. That's what he established as a force for good on the earth. Yeah. And the church is separate from the world. The church is the very quintessence of coming out from among the unbelievers. That's what the church is. And unfortunately, many of us have, in this day and age, we can take or leave the church. We could take it or leave it. And that's unfortunate because, yes, it is true that a lot of churches have gone awry. A lot of churches are filled with empty suits who are telling the people what their itching ears want to hear. It's hard to find a good church. Trust me, I know. I've been a part of this battle and this struggle for a very long time. And thank God, I feel as if I finally found a church, a body of believers to do life with. But you need that community. You need that body of believers who are committed to the Word of God, irrespective of what's going on in this culture, irrespective of what's going on in this dark and dying age, irrespective of what's going on with the spirit of the age, because a lot of people are enamored and intoxicated by the spirit of the age. And you will either accommodate it or try to, vote in such a way that you can live amongst these people and have some degree of peace. Kamala Harris is talking about joy. Tim Walz is talking about joy. We're the party of joy. We want to bring people together. We want to, Barack Obama, he got up on stage and talked about, we've become so politically divisive. We want to be the party that just brings everybody together. What happened to the good old days when we can disagree, But at the same time, we could still crack a beer open with each other. Like these, like, no, the word of God is a sword and it came to divide. It's going to divide mother-in-law against daughter and da, 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 da. So it's like, that's what the word of God does. Because when you stand on principle, you're not weak, you're not timid, you're not wishy-washy, you're not wayward, you are sure-footed in what you believe.
That's right.
And so the church, the church is, again, the quintessence of us coming out from amongst the believers. Now, we still have a great commission. We still preach Christ and him crucified to anyone who's willing to listen. But if they don't listen, you shake the dust from your feet and keep it moving. That's what it is. That's biblical. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. The Bible already gives the instruction on how we must operate in this thing that we call life.
Chad Obama.
Amen. That was
way,
so good, Chad.
in the way, man, just so I could just make it just so that way it makes sense in a real way, and that it just doesn't come off as like mere rhetoric. I mean, just say, for example, we talk about the bureaucracy, right? I mean, you got presidents that'll come in, they'll say, well, we're going to decrease the budget, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And you have the Office of Civil Rights and all of these various, federal regulatory agencies, right? They're all trying to enforce civil rights law and so on. Just pretty much, just trampling on the rights of the people, right? What would happen if a president came in, or Congress gave the authority, or whatever the constitutional prerequisites are, to say, for example, to just shut down the Department of Education, right? To shut down the Department of Justice, or lay off half the staff at the Department of Justice. The Department of all of these various departments. I mean, for goodness sake, a long time ago, I told you guys that the numbers, the amount of federal regulations, the hundreds of thousands of pages of federal regulations, the dozens upon dozens of volumes of federal regulations that have the force of law. It has gotten so out of control. What would those people do if you just told them, thank you, your services are no longer needed? People say, well, Donald Trump betrayed us because he didn't drain the swamp when he said he was going to drain the swamp the first time. Well, you expect one man to do all of that? What would they do? What would happen? How did you all feel when you saw the footage go viral of this supposed Venezuelan gang taking over this Denver apartment building? What would you do if someone knocked on your door like that, and you know that they are here because you essentially have your federal government committing an act of treason by allowing these aren't aliens, these aren't immigrants. I mean, of course, not all, but most. But the fact of the matter is that they are still breaking the law, regardless, right? So how does that make you feel? How does it make you feel when you see street preachers out there preaching the word of God getting abused? When people go out and they stand on a public street and they protest in front of an abortion clinic, and to have these just frothing at the mouth, demonically possessed people come out, we've all seen it, spit on people, smack people, punch people. What would you do? How would you feel? Seriously. And this is why I say that we are literally in a war, and most of us just aren't doing anything. Again, and I'll be the one that they'll say is advocating for violence. Would you let somebody smack you? Would you let somebody punch you? Would you let somebody come in your house, kick your door in, and tell you, I'm sorry, but you no longer live here? You know what I'm saying? As a person of color, right? Because it's offensive to call a black person a colored person now for some reason. But if you're a person of color, then somehow virtue is heaped upon you, right? The moral high ground is given to you. This is why Rachel Dolezal, of course, pretended to be a black woman. Because
I still call them the coloreds.
Yeah, she wanted, right? She wanted the moral authority. What would you do? Just go for Nick Nods.
Yeah, this is what I do. They'll punch you, kick you, put their hands on you. This is why I say you're in the war. And this is like, all right, man, because we know, part of us knows that if we respond in kind, then it's over. So we're simply trying to go along to get along, because that if we react, then they're going to, and it's just going to turn into this cantankerous, it's going to turn into this thing, and it's all going to implode. Right, it's the decent folk among us that are actually keeping this dysfunctional train on the rails. Because once we decide we've had enough, then you're really going to see their true colors. What would you do if somebody smacked you?
So I got a call today. A mom whose daughter is in a pageant, and she's like, Quisha, I can't sign this. And so it was this form that they had to sign, and it says, I'll read it to you. It says, personal characteristics, sex. The applicant must be female. Female means born female or an individual who has fully completed sex reassignment surgery via vaginoplasty from male to female with supporting medical documentation and records. Supporting medical documentation must be in the form of the certification attached, blah, blah, blah. But they are like, this was the form. And so I asked her, I said, because she's like, my daughter, I'm not participating in this. I was like, good for you. Can you get the other moms to come together and sign it? And she's like, I've been trying. Nobody will sign it. I'm like, because
you better go over there and Solinsky that thing.
All it would take, because if none of the girls said, well, I'm not participating in this because I'm not subjecting my daughter to possibly be in a room with biological men in a female pageant. I'm not doing it. If all of the moms said no, because everything is, they're counting on you to participate. They need the real women, the real girls to participate. Like,
what did Solinsky say? Solinsky said, power comes if you have money or if you have people. We don't have money, but we do have people. But it sounds like in your situation, Quisha, you don't even have that. It's like,
well, they don't have the will. They don't even have the will to say no. Was that on the show? And I was like, that we could just say no. Like, you could literally just say no. I'm not doing it.
It's the old children's story of the emperor with no clothes, right? Far too often we let these so-called experts and the administrative, whether it be the administrative state or the administrative staff at your local school or what have you, or your corporation, push their weight around because they are in a position of hiring and firing and da-da-da. And so you just kind of go with it. You just kind of go for it. And, not enough people are willing to say no. Not enough people are willing to call the emperor out and say, you're naked. You have no clothes. You have no real sway over me. People are too, and that's the thing, this kind of docile state, Quisha, you know this better than any of us on this panel, it's instilled in you through the education system. You're taught to comply because the experts know best, right? So
the parents want their daughters to have the crown. That means more to them. They want the socialize, whatever. I
wish my daughter would be a part of a pageant. Like, I wouldn't allow it. Let's play this clip real quick.
There's no reason why unhealthy food is cheap and Whole Foods is expensive as fuck. When you come out of here and feel like you're paying your mortgage. Hey, lady, go do something for the homeless outside instead of look at you all day. Y'all, this is our world. All the abundance in this world is ours. Food, we shouldn't be paying for that shit. To be healthy, we shouldn't be paying for that. You understand me? I don't know why y'all wasting y'all hard-earned money on these people. But I'm saying, though, it's a message. Niggas is dying every day. People in Palestine or whatever, Israel, I don't know what's going on. But y'all niggas need to stand up for what's right. There's people starving on the streets. When you walk outside, you walk over on top of them. Y'all walk over them like they a prop. Y'all niggas don't got no heart. Y'all stand up for what y'all believe in instead of kissing ass to the motherfucking world, nigga. Nigga, I know you tired of working this job. Fuck this world, nigga. We independent, we bosses, we not goofies. I hope y'all not goofies. Do something nice for somebody today. Go outside on Skid Row and help somebody, because that could be you. Stop acting like y'all special. I stand up for something correct.
California's a wasteland at this point. Like, none of the men.
Why you didn't go and help the people on Skid Row? Why you in there with the camera instead of going to actually help the people on Skid Row? Like, why? That's my first question. Like, why aren't you being a change that you want to see?
Blanchard, is that a nigger?
No.
That's not a nigger?
No.
Okay, what is that?
He's a regular, he is the average black person.
So there's not even a distinction anymore. It's
No.
just, okay. When did we pass that threshold of this new era, this new phenomenon of it? They're no longer being a
I
threshold.
think Kamala pretty much exposed that there wasn't a great separation. When she said she was going to run for president, you just saw this allegiance with the, you know, the ends and the ends, and they came together. Like I said, the premise is all wrong from the beginning, and most people listen to this guy want to believe him and listen to him. Like what he's saying sounds crazy to us, but to the average American, he has a point. So that's why I said we got to separate, and it just is what it is.
But that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, though, man. This is how they react. This is how they respect. That same energy is rife just throughout the society. And, you know, most people who are, what's really sad is that people who are in a position to do something about it, they're afraid of how these people are going to react, right? Because they know that if they upset the people who are really willing to go out and turn society upside down, then, you know, then of course, you know, all hell's going to break loose. And so we have to do whatever it is that we need to do in order to keep them mildly tame, you know, keep them tame. They can run off at the mouth and engage in these sorts of exhibitions from time to time. But it's just, you know, something that people are willing to just put up with. But like Chad mentioned, now one person in that Whole Food store just stood up and said, man, if you don't shut the F up and get the hell out of here. But no, but if you step up and say something to him and then he confronts you and then it turns into a situation. And then, of course, when you have the whole archipelago just ready and willing to defend him and don't let him get into it with a white person, then, you know, we already know the way that the narrative is going to be crafted. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm like you, Chuck. I remember a number of shows ago you said, man, why am I never in these situations? You know what?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why don't this stuff ever happen around me?
Never happened to me, man, because I'm gonna say something. I will make the news. Y'all gonna see me like, oh man, I go like, oh boy, he done messed around. When that,
but yeah, I mean, I'm not about to have a debate with him, although I want to, because everything that he's saying is mired in communistic nonsense. I mean, I would say something. I'd be like, hey, like, you know, I would say take that somewhere else. Like, I wouldn't, like, I would try to be like, that's the thing. Like, he's disturbing the peace. People are just trying to grocery shop and I mean, they earn the money. They're there at Whole Foods buying food with their hard-earned money. The people that's on Skid Row, they made their choices, they made their decisions. I don't like it's not incumbent upon me to go to Skid Row and give them like I'm actually hurting them by doing that. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like, you know, who made you the virtue police coming into the supermarket telling me what to do with my money? You know what I'm saying?
So this is what I see. I see Chad trying to like civilly talk to the man, like he did on Twitter with the guy he was like, man, just let the people stop bothering these people. That's Chad. I see Blanche going in there and making fun of the guy, like, you sound like a complete knick-knack, like, down somewhere. And then eventually, I think Blanche could be pressed enough to where Blanche come out and be about that life, like ready to
God is looking out for you, Chuck.
And Chuck coming straight out the gate, he pulling out the stick, like what was good.
Oh my goodness. And my wife said, nah, I don't want us to be in a situation like that. Yeah, because these people and it just
go ahead.
Which reminds me, just watching that, man, and to think, like you mentioned, Chad, he's disturbing the peace. Which, you know, used to be a crime. It reminds me of what these fools say. I remember there was a Bernie Sanders clip in one of the montages on one of our more recent shows where he's talking about the amount of inmates, talking about how the United States leads the world as far as all developed nations when it comes to its prison population, talking about how it incarcerates a quarter of its citizens or something to that effect. And I just love how they spin this in, you know, their point of view is seen as the gospel truth, the gospel fact. When in fact, when you turn the narrative on its ear and you pose the question in an opposite way, it brings about a totally separate question, because in his mind, when you have a society or have a country like the United States with a huge prison population, that's wrong, right? That's a system, that's a symbol of injustice. It doesn't get any more unjust than that. But what say you about a society where you have more, or at least a significant amount of criminals who are not behind bars? How about a country with a large jail and prison population is indicative in some sense of a society that is in fact healthy, not one that is unjust? Because we don't never stop to, well, they don't never stop to ask ourselves, how do these people behave? In fact, what do they do? Because they're living in a real world with real world consequences. And so people like this can just go on doing whatever it is that they want to do. I say lock as many of them up as possible and keep them sequestered for as long as it is needed, according to, what we, the law-abiding citizens deem is just. Because, of course, by theory, we are the ones who are supposed to make the laws. And so that's step one. If you just think about this, if you got rid of that element, if you got rid of, how much human beings and how unique and how the will and how imaginative and how ingenious we are, and the things that we've gone through, the things that we've survived from. I mean, at the end of the day, human beings, until God comes and wipes us out, does whatever God is going to do. But no matter how the world changes, no matter what takes place, countries rise, they fall, civilizations rise and fall, human beings will persevere, and we will ultimately find a way. No matter what, we will find a way. We will deal with everything that is presented to us, because that's just the nature of humanity. We will find a way. If we would just take we have that resilience. If you just took that element, took that cancer out and just removed it, damn near all of the things that we complain about, especially the social justice left, the Marxist left, all of the things that they complain about could be fixed by human ingenuity and human ingenuity alone, if that right there would be taken care of. Get rid of that and you'd be surprised. That's step one. Economic growth. We need economic opportunity in the Black community. These Black communities, I saw Blanchard's live the other day. This guy's talking about the food desert in the Black communities.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the first step towards economic prosperity is you have to get rid of the criminal element. People are afraid. Remove the criminal element. You'd be surprised what human ingenuity can accomplish.
Quisha was throwing a little bit of shade, talking about I'll try to be peaceful with the guy.
I think at first you would.
But check this out though. So I wanted to share this with you all. This actually kind of happened today. So this is my YouTube channel, right? So there's a show that I did. Where is it? Where'd it go? Where is it? Okay, here it is, right here. Right here, Cash Kelly. So this guy, Cash Kelly, Anthony Russo organized a kind of debate, as it were, between Cash Kelly and myself, and he was very he wasn't having any of the stuff I was saying about Martin Luther King or what have you. But lo and behold, today I get an alert on my phone, and guess who it is? Cash Kelly.
Okay. Saying.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Dang, where'd the comments go?
You clicked off of it. You got to go back to your video.
Okay. Well, I tried to blow it up so y'all could see it, but it wouldn't let me. But this is him right here. Says, man, after looking into this topic more, I have to say, Chad, bro, you are right. It's crazy how we've been misled. I appreciate you having the conversation with me and opening me up to this topic. So,
it's honorable. It's honorable.
That's good.
Hold on, wait. Sorry, Chad. Speaking, somebody I know y'all noticed it because y'all got tagged too. I was tagged or mentioned, Chad was mentioned, Blanchard was mentioned in the same comment. Because Angela Stanton King had posted. Did you guys see it? Did you check that when it was Charlie Kirk was talking to RFK Jr. and Angela Stanton King is still upset about what Charlie Kirk has been saying about MLK. And so she challenged Charlie Kirk to a debate. She posted a reel. I don't remember what Charlie Kirk and RFK were saying to each other, but they had met, they were speaking. And she said that, Charlie, I want to challenge you to a debate about regarding the life and legacy of MLK. And somebody who knows the three of us and follows our content mentioned the three of us and said that, no, what you should do is you should debate one of them, Shadow Jackson, he is Blanchard, or Teaching Chuck, debate one of them on the legacy and life of MLK. And Angela Stanton King responded with one word. She said, nope. She just, nope. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, Charlie Kirk could give you the business too, but okay. You ain't got,
yeah,
okay.
but she knows she can win. She can get Charlie Kirk because he's white.
White, yeah.
Yeah, so she knows, she got an advantage.
So Vince Everett,
Everett Ellison.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a documentary that just came out or is coming out about MLK's legacy and how it's a sham. So the word is getting out. I don't know why it kind of bothers me though. Like, I feel
what bothers you?
It bothers me that I personally, I just feel like I don't like all these Johnny come lately. Like Chad has been on this for Chad and Chuck have been on this for a long time, and it does. And I'm not saying like y'all have like the monopoly on knowledge or anything like that, but
a little hat tip, a little nod in the hat tip.
I'm like, you're late, guy. And he's on like Tucker Carlson and all this stuff. I'm like,
listen, a prophet has no honor at home.
At his own home. Right. That's what Jesus said.
So that's the way of the world. None of the people that actually do it, it's always people that come afterwards. It's rarely do you see the person that actually laid the foundation, laid the road, get the credit and the flowers. It's always somebody coming because the road's already made. Even like even somebody like Charleston White, some of the stuff I know he follows my content because some of the stuff he's saying, I know he listens to my stuff, but guess what? Yeah. I had to take the arrows for that, not him. I got called the bootlickers, the coons. I'm gonna come. You hate your mama. I got all that stuff. Now he gets celebrated. It's how it works. I mean,
it's all good.
And that's the thing. Like I've come to terms with the fact that like, I guess most of my career would be just operating in the shadows, and that's fine. I actually appreciate that as a family man, a person with kids, that I don't want to be exposed to all of this and all that. It's like, I actually quite like working in this kind of obscure space. And I do believe that Uncle Tom too had an effect in moving the needle because a lot of people are more emboldened and comfortable to talk about these things. Yes. So I don't mind Charlie Kirk and Vince, Vince Everett Ellison and others, getting all the spotlight and the accolades. I don't mind it at all. I'm just happy to see the information getting out there for sure. But I mean, Cash Kelly, he's someone I never really would have expected to come around. Still working on Delano Squires. We'll see. That is
how interesting that it's taken Delano. Like I don't get it. Delano's,
you know why? Because he's an intellectual, and Cash. I'm not knocking Cash Kelly, but I don't consider him an intellect. He's smart, but he's not really
like Delano's been through the institutions.
Yeah,
there's like a remnant of that kind of sticks with you.
So he's a little harder to crack. Cash Kelly been to prison, street life, so it's more like he's a more show and prove type of person. Yeah, common sense, show and prove. So
wiser.
I saw that debate that Deontay Blade Ford and Cash Kelly had. That was comical. Hey, but the
Deontay Blade Ford wasn't letting up. He was like,
yeah, he wasn't.
he made what's name tap out. He made
right.
He made cash out. He did.
I have a question for you guys before we go. So on my show, on my channel, I had a lefty on, and we were talking about
lefty. That's funny.
Yeah. he's like, I mean, excuse me, some of the things he's like, in agreement, like he's not voting for Kamala. He thinks abortion is, not good. There's some things that we do agree with, but he's like really big on reparations and really big into like some of the more Black topics and things like that. And I was like, I would love for you to come on to Cutting Through the Culture. I said, I can kind of sit back and just be like a person in the background, let the four men do their thing. And he was like, he would love to do it. So I just wanted to ask the chat, the audience, would you guys like to see something like that? Obviously.
Who's the guy?
Yeah. Huh?
Who's the guy?
His name is Anthony Brown. He's not like a big YouTuber or anything like that. He's a local guy here, but he has his opinions, and he's very he feels very strongly how he feels, but he's willing to have the
his opinions.
Huh?
They're not his opinions though.
Well,
what does he feel strongly about? You said
reparations. He's really big into Claude Anderson, that sort of economic thing, like Black people building up their stuff.
Okay. So how did certain men such as say for example like Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, did any of these type of characters come up in the conversation? How does he feel about them?
I don't know. Well, wait, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Like did the characters such as like Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed, did these sorts of characters come up at all?
Not no. He probably does like them, but they didn't come up in during our conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I asked that question because it was one thing that I'm so sick and tired of. I mean, true enough, I want Donald Trump to win this election as much as anybody. But I don't know, man. I just get so sick and tired of seeing conservatives so hard pressed to make content that anytime one of these Black radicals attacks a Democrat, they just hop on the bandwagon and plaster their faces all across their thumbnails, talking about how look, Kamala's campaign and the Democrat Party is falling apart because Umar Johnson is calling them out and such and so forth. That's not what's happening here, man. I mean, you can't trust the leftists any no further than you can throw them, because at the end of the day, no matter what they say is always said in bad faith. These people aren't questioning the Democrat Party because they're actually sort of questioning their policy position because they think it's bad for America as a whole, right? Everything that they say and do is steeped and all of this Afro-Marxist rhetoric. And so to the extent that the Democrat Party doesn't do exactly what they think that the leadership of the Democrat Party should do, then they have a problem with it because they know that they can gain a headway or gain a beachhead, if you will, within that side of the political spectrum because they kowtow to all the big mouths who promote this whole social justice warrior rhetoric. They're not going to get anywhere with conservatives. And so this whole idea is that it's the same exact sort of thing that, Malcolm X was talking about back in the 1960s. And you have a lot of conservatives who are on the Malcolm X bandwagon because he was warning Black America about liberals. And when Malcolm X was just as radical, he was radical as all get out. And from his point of view, the problem was that, Blacks were being co-opted by the American liberal and being brainwashed into buying into the system when they should have been buying into this idea of, again, a global revolution. And so this is why, Malcolm X is seen as one of the patron saints of the Pan-Africanist movement in the New Left of the 1960s, because this was a new kind of Marxism that Malcolm X represented. He was no friend of conservatives at all. And neither is Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed and all these other Black radicals and other Black celebrity radicals who are coming out, calling Kamala, holding her feet to the fire, trying to hold her accountable. Holding her accountable for what? Holding her accountable for what purpose? What exactly do you want Kamala Harris to do and say?
That's
Because
his thing. That is exactly who he is. He's like, he's one of the we need tangibles.
No, we don't see.
Yes.
That's no.
Yes.
No, you and I don't need Umar Johnson. I don't need him to make my. You will never see that man. Him and people like him. I mean, they need a whole spiritual enema. They need a whole new trend. They need to come back completely transformed, have fallen on their face, genuflecting to God, not to me, of course, but show and prove that you are legitimately and genuinely a changed person with a renewed mind, or else you will never see me sitting up here bumping, data boy to men like him. And absolutely not. This is why I always
let me be
preach
clear. I'm
against the
not saying
dangers. No, not you, Keisha.
I'm not. Well, let me. I see.
No. This just
I'm not
prompted me
saying
to
that.
say that, though. What you're
Trying to
saying.
come together with him. I'm saying to
No.
debate, to
No.
have conversations. I'm not saying
Okay.
this guy is on our side. I'm not saying
No,
that.
Keisha, no. I granted, I wanted you, you're cool, your prerogative to make that clear, just in case you assume that I was assuming, but I wasn't assuming that you were saying that. That just made me think of it because, when you talk about now, you're kind of seeing a lot of lifelong people who are on the left kind of coming around and peeking under the conservative tent to see what we got going on, or making it seem as though that's what they're doing. And it's like, oh man, great, cool. That's why I wanted to mention that, because what you said reminded me of something that a trend that I've been noticing that really, really annoys me. I've totally acknowledged the fact that that's not what you were saying or doing, Keisha. I just wanted to point something separate out on the back of what you just said. And this is why I always warn people against this concept of populism. It can go extremely bad very suddenly, very quickly. It's a dangerous thing to play around with this concept of populism. It's a very dangerous thing, very dangerous. And this is when you look at, for example, even with the RFK, Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, that whole coalition, if you will, that can go wrong and not just when it comes to this campaign, this election, Trump's presidency, if he wins. It's not even what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about just the mentality, the overall political zeitgeist, and this whole idea of this kind of new political realignment. We have to be extremely mindful of what we're doing and where we're going, because we may be doing more harm than we are doing good, and it can go bad very, very quickly.
Yeah, man, the conservatives are like Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Great defensive coach, but without Tom Brady, he ain't nothing. So the conservatives without Trump, it finished. They don't have any good offensive plays in the playbook. They're just reactionary. So again, like I said, the only course of action is to separate, because you're not gonna. They're not gonna win this. You're not gonna win it. It's too. The media, the institutions, just think about what they control. They literally control every aspect of a person's mind in society, from school to TV to movies to literature. It's too much. Like, you're not gonna. How you gonna win it? Y'all bringing up all these reposting Umar Johnson and all anybody that says something bad about Kamala. These folks agree with Kamala. Trust me. They only disagree with her because she's not saying I'm obligatory and I love y'all. If she said that, they all on board with her. So again,
if BLM disagrees with her and they are calling her out, then you might want to go and check and see like what is actually going on.
It's this civil war. They want to call out Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey and Stephen A. Smith and right on down the line, D.L. Hughley. They want to call them all out because they're the black bourgeoisie, the black boule, and so on and so forth. Because they're selling out their movement. Pass it over and let Umar Johnson take it over. Let Tariq Nasheed and his ilk, let them take it over. Let our FD signifier and carrying on, let them take it over. They want to move them out the way. It's almost envy in a way. It seems to me as though Umar Johnson is upset because MSNBC won't give him a job. Right. What's the difference between what he says and what they say?
Right.
But I'm so revolutionary.
I dance. That thing was
I did. Blanche, can you read the last of our supers?
Okay.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah, Roland Martin, forgot him too.
Oh God. Total clown.
Stephen Carter, thank you, Fabulous 4. Thank you, Stephen Carter for the super sticker.
Thank you.
02122. Everyone I know don't see color means I'm not racist. Marxists inventing new things to be offended by. Black people can reclaim nigga, but not colorblind.
Right.
Amen.
Great point.
What a mess.
Oh, really? Chad, can you play the Trump TDS ad? Is fire.
Yeah, let me see.
Thank you for the super sticker.
Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TB, also known as derangement syndrome? Do you dissent or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history, and who offers no policy or vision for America, simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing Independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, Independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat to democracy. And I instantly believed it. With Independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, Independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of Independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With Independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if Independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
Now
I mean,
that's
I know what the
offense.
democracy part.
Now that's offense.
And you know who created that video?
Who?
RFK's
Vice president.
the vice president or his running mate.
A libtard.
Her team created that.
Okay, never mind. I knew it was a catch.
Well, yeah, as soon as they started talking about protecting democracy, I was
I'm
like,
like, man.
But I mean, it is a great video, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, politically speaking, strictly politically speaking, it is good. It is going to bring more people to vote for Trump because RFK endorsed him. I mean, that's just going to happen.
You think so?
Yes, absolutely. It's already happening. That's why.
What'd you say, Quisha? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
So politically speaking, RFK's endorsement of Trump is bringing more people, bringing his people to vote for Trump. That's kind of why Kamala, she had this letter she put out. She tried to make it look like Tucker Carlson. She's talking more about Republicans, joining her movement because they see the problem because RFK was pulling votes from her. That's why they didn't want him on the ballot. That's why, they fought so hard to keep him, to make it hard for him to run because they knew he would pull votes from her. Now that he's dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump, he's definitely getting more votes to Trump. And there's no one who's doing that for Kamala. They tried to get Cornel West to endorse Kamala. And he was like, no.
He said no.
He said,
I can't do it, my brother. I can't do it, my brother.
we need a revolution on the outside. You can't say
See, brother, what we need to do is we need to start a coalition of love that flows to my campaign.
Love.
I can't work with the same people that
and y'all, that's the kind of stuff you'll see some so-called self-purported conservative content creator. They'll make a whole video about that, responding to it and talking about, oh, look, not even Cornel West supports Kamala Harris. Isn't this wonderful? It's like, really, Cornel? Do you know who Cornel West is?
Right.
Do you know what he stands for? Do you know what he supports? And at the end of the day, I mean, you know, sucker is born every day, right? I mean, there'll always be fools, in my humble opinion, and people who you disagree with politically. The problem is that liberalism, where they talk about this idea, for example, of a more the normal kind of not this anti-extremism kind of a thing that we see on the left, you know, back then, you know, speaking of Kennedy, right, the kind of even the liberalism of Bill Clinton in the 1990s. You hear a lot of conservatives talk about, man, you know, it'd be nice if we can get back to that, right? This kind of Scoop Jackson, Joe Lieberman kind of a, you know, Patrick Moynihan, even kind of a liberalism. I mean, yeah, sure. But the problem is that, you know, over time, it's like almost starting the process all over again, only to end up in that very same place after a few decades, because this is what happens. And I think that has a lot to do with the ideas that are embedded within the whole philosophy of the Enlightenment, of liberalism, of humanism in general, which again is beyond the scope of this show. But yeah, man, if someone like RFK represented, if he was the standard bearer of modern day Democrat Party politics, I probably wouldn't even be on the internet right now. I'd be somewhere chilling. But eventually there will come a time when people like us will be, you know, needed to come on here and have these sorts of conversations, because liberalism will eventually lead to the kind of radicalism that we see that has come to define the left. Because I mean, you have to, because liberalism as an idea, as it is understood today, it kind of demands this, and it will progressively get more and more radical, because people are never content. They'll never be content with what you provide for them, what you give them. And so you will have to constantly get more and more radical, because the people who benefit personally, say, for example, politicians, etc., you know, they seek to benefit. And so they feed the people this kind of rhetoric, right? And so it just gets worse and worse and worse. So we can stop it. We can slow it down, but you know.
I got two more. Martin Towns, thank you for the super sticker. And one more, Rick Hampstead, always a great show in chat. God loves you all. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Well, cool. So, Quisha, is this the last show before you get married?
No, it's October 5th.
Oh, October. I don't know. I was thinking September. I don't know. I was thinking September. You'll be like, I was married now.
I was married now. See, Paul? She gonna be singing that song, Chad. Maybe God is trying to tell you
something. Maybe God is trying to tell. I hear love. God is trying to tell you something. God is trying to
know all the ad libs, you know all the words.
Right
don't
now.
watch the show.
Right now.
Hey, Dad, sinners have a soul too.
When you can't sleep at night,
you can't sleep at night,
and you wonder why.
I don't know who was singing, but whoever was singing that lady can sing. She was singing. That was some good flat-footed church singing right now. Okay? That she was singing.
Chad doesn't have time. Let's see, Chad doesn't have time for idiocy. I mean, it's nice to cut up every now and then. Looks like we got a late super from Adam Nice. I heard you, Chuck, talk about an old debate you did on Rittenhouse, and would love to see you in a blood sports string. Do you do public debates? We should set that up.
I would. I just, you know.
But Angela King said no.
Yeah, she said nope.
It reminds me of that speech from Friday. Whenever
I don't know why wouldn't she go?
Nope.
Nope.
Too old, man. Nope.
Boy, get your messing around with these bitches.
That's all you find people out. Hey, man. No, but I would though. Just depends on the where, the why, the what, the who, and everything else. Yeah, sure. You see, absolutely. Yeah, it's funny the guy. And speaking of Rittenhouse, another controversial incident that had all these just racial overtones to it. One guy in the montage even said that why is it so dangerous being black and this and that, and walking to the store to get Skittles. Anything we do as black people can kill us. I'm assuming he's talking about Trayvon Martin. Same thing when it comes to the Central Park 5, the killing of Trayvon Martin is another thing. A lot of people think that George Zimmerman should have been convicted of murder. I vehemently disagree. So I just wanted to put that out there. Maybe I'll talk about that on another show because a lot of people don't know what actually happened. But George Zimmerman was found not guilty, and rightfully so.
I agree.
Oh,
And by the way, Chuck just got a follow from Joe Rogan. So good for you, Chuck. Good for you.
wait, what happened? Joe Rogan started following you?
Yeah, but I told Chad that's all Chad was up there doing. Yeah.
So crazy. I'm gonna tweet about that. My friend is being followed by Joe Rogan. Suckers.
He's still. I mean, Joe Rogan's still a human being, so let's not get all bent out of shape. And
no, it's not. No, I don't.
She didn't mean it like that.
No, I don't mean
mind you, Keisha,
I'm playing with you, Keisha. I'm playing with you.
Thank you.
I say don't let us out you, Chad, because when Joe Rogan start following, I'm out you. I done said it. When Joe Rogan start following
Chad,
a private conversation between the four of us. So.
Wait a minute, hold on. But when I told you Joe Rogan started following me, I didn't text Quisha and Blanchard. I only text you, so that was private. Touche. But no, it's just about the exposure. That's all. I mean, the man has the most popular podcast in the world, so it's nothing.
Yes, that is a microphone. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm talking about the ability to spread this news. This good news. That's what I'm talking about. For people to hear something else. My God.
Joe Rogan, we all know, Joe Rogan is, I guess, he's an atheist. He's not particularly partisan or ideological, but, I think he does conduct his interviews well. I think he's fair with his guests. Of course, I'm being extremely presumptuous. I'm not saying I'll be on his show one day, but I mean, I don't necessarily have any issues with Joe Rogan per se, but, you
do have an issue with Killer Mike, though.
Yeah, I do.
So what's up with that?
I do, because like I said, I don't think. I mean, Joe Rogan's his political ideology or his atheism or whatever. I mean, that's his. I mean, that's his own personal thing. I think I don't know if Joe Rogan is a person who's out there actively sort of promoting. One thing or another. I mean, and he lets people with various persuasions from, he'll have Richard Dawkins on, and then he'll turn around and, have someone like Ben Shapiro on. So, I mean, but it's just that just as far as reach and scope, I mean, Joe Rogan is probably, not probably, I don't know. I don't even go through my followers list. I don't even check my notifications, to be honest, that often, but I'm assuming that he's probably, of all the people who follow me, he probably has the largest platform and audience. So,
I just looked at it. It's 19 million followers.
Yeah.
So, but I noticed that about a couple of y'all. Y'all got some pretty high profile people following you all. So, the message is getting out.
I'll be like, "Ooh, they follow me." It's kind of a shock to me because I'll be like. What's tea? Like, why you not retweeting my stuff though? Why you not sharing my post? That's what I want to know. Why you following if you ain't sharing? That's what I'm saying.
I was thinking about too, y'all. I mean, I don't know. Chad told me this a long time ago. He said, "Man, dude," he's like, "What you do on your YouTube channel?" He's like, "Man, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that stuff for free, man. I mean, that's to be something that people would pay for that." So I'm thinking about maybe trying to find a way to come up with some type of subscribers. I don't know anything about it. I know Chad has this thing where he does his subscribership and all of that. I don't know. I don't know anything about that because I'm not really social media literate, you know. So in the future, that's something that I may think about doing. Maybe just so that way.
Patreon.
Yeah, Patreon or something. Not because I want money. I mean, everyone needs money. I mean, I'm not poo-pooing money, but it's just so that if I was being compensated for doing it, it would allow me to do it more. That's all.
Right.
So yeah,
and that's why I'm able to do like live streams during the week now, because for a long time I could only do it on Sundays, but now that I have the subscriptions, I'm able to do 2 live streams during the week. So, just because I mean, there's only so much time during the week. Like, I mean, tomorrow's Monday, but before long it'll be Friday again, as far as like my busy schedule is concerned. So, but we're pushing it for 4 hours.
Shout out to our communist friends over in Europe for giving us this fine day off.
Yeah, Labor Day.
I was like, why do we celebrate this? This is weird. But I digress. And it's 12 o'clock. I'm way past my extension that I was so graciously allowed. So
all right, cool. We're gonna end it on a good note. We're gonna end it with a national anthem. How about that? Sorry?
Is it me singing the national anthem?
Oh, by the way, before we do that, so there's a debate, right? Blacks believe that the greatest national anthem of all time was delivered by Marvin Gaye during the 1976 Laker game, where he did his own little rendition.
Yeah.
Where I disagree. I don't think that's the best deliverance of the national anthem of all time. I wouldn't even put it in the top 5. I think that the Chris Stapleton national anthem is the best national anthem of all time. What do you all think in the comment section? Let us know after the show. Listen to Marvin Gaye's national anthem and then listen to Chris Stapleton's national anthem. In fact, I'm about to play Chris Stapleton's national anthem. So you can be the judge.
Okay.
I mean, Whitney Houston would be in top 5, but I still think Chris Stapleton's rendition of the national anthem is the Star Spangled Banner. It is the greatest of all time.
Okay.
Without question. Blanchard looks like he's disinterested. So, but of course, blacks think it's Marvin Gaye because it's Marvin Gaye. So you can't put too much stock in that. So, I mean, I like Marvin Gaye, but no.
Yeah,
I think he was high on cocaine whenever he did that national anthem too. By the way,
right, high a lot. Yeah.
Whitney probably was too.
she had already met Bobby Brown by that point. All right, thank y'all. Have a good night. Quisha, don't close out the show. I'm going to play this national anthem. Love y'all.
Oh, see, and you see by the dawn's early light. Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular of Mossburg singing a gay through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star span